Okay, everyone, I think we are live. Let me check all the platforms. We're live on Twitter, we're live on YouTube, and we should be live on, there we go, YouTube as well. So we are live on YouTube. Guys, let me know if you can hear my voice and see my face, just so I know that we're actually live. Let me triple check right here on YouTube real quick if we're live on YouTube. So, guys, if you're here, comment something so I can check if you. Okay, we are live. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Perfect, perfect, perfect. There we go. So we're live on all platforms. Amazing. So I'll just wait for a few more minutes to more people join in. Basically, what this live is about is we just launched on AppSumo just now. We are launching a lifetime deal of Arvow. And on this live stream, I want to go over here's, by the way, here's the schedule. So we have a lot to cover. So first things first is me. So right now it's 8 a.m. CT time. And for about 1 hour and a half, I want to talk about basically most of the stuff I learned this year about AI and SEO, because it was a big change this year in the SEO space, as you guys know, right? With ChatGPT coming out and different ways people search for stuff, right? So I want to talk about what I learned and give you some actionable, tangible tips on how we grew our own traffic by 38%, not the traffic, excuse me, our own leads from ChatGPT by 38%. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about right here, from link building, content production, technical SEO, and a bunch more cool stuff. I have a couple of guests, mainly Afonso and Afonso. So Afonso right here, the first one is the co-founder of Arvow, and he's going to be talking about his take, or his, let's call it, the developer scoop on how we built Arvow. So it's going to be pretty cool. So you guys can get to know the team. And then Carvalho is the customer success manager at Arvow. He's also going to be coming on and speaking about what it takes to succeed in as an Arvow customer, and also giving you a bit of an insight on how we manage the business, like how we handle customer support tickets and all that cool stuff. So you get with Afonso and Carvalho right here, you'll get a bit of an inside scoop on how the what happens behind the curtain of running Arvow, which, by the way, is the is the lifetime deal running right here on AppSumo. Then I also bring on some special guests, Daryl and Jabez right here. These guys own a very successful SEO agency with a lot of clients, so it's going to be pretty cool to see and to ask them a couple of questions on what they're seeing in the industry for all their clients, what's working for their clients, what's not working, what are some myths, what are some actual strategies that actually work. So it's going to be pretty cool to have them on. Then we have Lukas right here. Lukas is a designer, and he's going to give us a couple cool tips on how to design sites for LLMs. And there's some patterns in your UI and your UX that help actually have you be more mentioned or cited more often on these LLMs. Then we have Conor right here. He's going to be talking about these low-code tools like Lovable and if they in fact killed SEO or not, and what's next. And then at the end, I'll be doing some Q&A and a giveaway into live audits. And so, by the way, can I check the chat? I can. Perfect. Guys, any questions you guys have, if you want me to audit your sites live, anything you guys need, just drop the questions right here. I'll look at them and I'll answer them at the end. Or if they're quite simple questions, I'll just answer them as I go. So this is basically the schedule for today. Ideally, I think I'm going to be live from about 6 to 8 hours. It's going to be a very long live stream. So hopefully some of you guys stick with me through the whole thing. If not, no worries. But yeah, that's basically it. We're doing this because it's Cyber Monday. It's because we just launched on AppSumo, and we've never done this, by the way. It's the very first lifetime deal we do. By the way, mega discounted. It's insane. Not only is it's a lifetime deal, but it's also heavily discounted. So we're losing money on this. But yeah, it's pretty cool to be on AppSumo. Now, with all the intro out of the way, I guess let's just get started. Let's just start with myself going over how we did all this stuff, how we achieved, how we're getting 30% of our leads from ChatGPT SEO, which I think it's quite powerful. And I guess we can start with results. So all these screenshots right here, and these are a different color because I was just sent these like last week. But all these guys right here, as you can see, you'll notice a pattern, which is there's a growth in their organic search traffic. So right here, this is Ahrefs, by the way. They both of them grow their traffic from the classic Google and Bing. So this is the organic search traffic from Google and Bing, meaning for ranking for a bunch of keywords on Google and Bing and getting traffic, but also they have an insane increase in their what's called AI citations. So the mentions of their brands across ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot, and a bunch more. So there's a correlation, as we would expect, right, between how high and how well you perform with classic SEO and how well you perform with the LLM-based SEO. Okay, and so all these guys, you see, there's a correlation. And by the way, like I want to show you this stuff. The traffic these guys are getting, because traffic sometimes can be a vanity metric, meaning that's kind of worthless. But you'll notice that the traffic these guys are pulling in, right? They're pulling in around 6K a month in traffic. And this was done, by the way, using Arvow, the tool that again we're listing here on AppSumo for a lifetime deal. Excuse me. These guys are pulling in 6K a month in traffic. But the cool thing about this is that the traffic is actually worth 11K a month. In other words, is that if you were to be a competitor of these guys, so if you're competing for the same keywords, meaning if you're on the rank for the same keywords these guys rank for, right? In this case, they rank for 15,000 keywords, and these keywords pull in this much traffic. If you were to want to pay Google Ads, right? You bid on Google Ads for these same keywords to get this same traffic, you'd have to pay Google Ads around $11,000 a month. So the traffic, even though it may seem small, only 6K a month, it is worth almost $12,000 every single month. And they're getting this for free, right? Because once you've done the SEO the right way, once you're up there, well, there's very little maintenance you need to do. And so this is the cool thing about organic. I'm 100% biased, but this is the best thing about organics because it's free traffic. But you'll notice that, again, these guys right here, even though they're pulling in much more traffic, well, the value of said traffic is worth a bit less. And we'll cover all this in depth. Don't worry. Excuse me. This ties in with buying intent and all that stuff. My point with showing all this stuff is that there is an insane amount of results. And I think this is going to be recorded, so you can pause the video and look at all these ones. Actually, let me just show you these ones. You can pause the video when you're watching the replay and look at all these niches. I mean, this is for a bunch of gold stores in France, right? Again, getting traffic right here and mentions all across LLMs. What else we have here? Let me see one more interesting one. Let's just see one more, the most recent ones right here. There you go. They started with us. They started using Arvow right here in July of this year and went from 0 visitors to 500 visitors in 30 days, right? And again, traffic is quite valuable for these for this traffic. Traffic is very, very little, and it's almost worth $200, right? And they did this in just 2 months. It's insane. And they're also seeing a lot of mentions and citations on these LLMs. So again, you can pause the video, you can check some of these ones right there. But my goal with starting this live stream with results is show you that we actually know what we're talking about, and we do this not just for ourselves, which I'll show what I mean right here in a bit, but for other people who actually apply the stuff that not just the stuff that we teach, but use the actual tool. Okay, because I'll tell you right now, Arvow, like the thing right here, is not a magic tool. Like this won't rank you first by itself, right? You have to put in the work, right? But again, more on that later on. And guys, let me just see how many people we have live right here. Let me see if this is a flop or not. Who is live right now? Vasco SEO tips. Let me just go to the YouTube channel. We have 2 people watching. Okay, no, 5. Oh, 5. Okay, we have 5 people here. So guys, please comment where you're from. Right, let's get some engagement going. We have 5 people on a 21.7 thousand sub channel, which is insane. But regardless, please comment where you guys are from, and any questions you guys have, like virtually anything about SEO, AI. If you want to hear my take on anything, just comment because we want to get more engagement in. Damn, only 3 people now. So I guess let's keep going. Let's jump into the actual value of this stream, which is how we achieve this stuff, right? How we got 30% of our leads from GPT. And by the way, here's proof. So this is our own business. So we actually use Arvow itself, the business, right? The business we are promoting right here on AppSumo to grow the business itself. So what you see right here, okay, this is our analytics tool, right? You can use Google Analytics, you can use anything you want. We just use something called PostHog, which basically tells us, okay, for all these months, okay, here's the breakdown of all your leads, of where all your leads came from, okay? And for November right here, you'll notice that the one in blue, which is this right here, is 38%, right? We started with 6.7% in August. We increased to 12.5%, and then 22.1%, and then 38.1%. And what's this in blue? Well, it's ChatGPT. So in other words, our brand mentions that led to signups, actual signups to our business, increased month on month until last month which they are around 38% of all our signups, which is insane. And this is responsible for a lot of money made for our business. And so reason why I'm showing you this is not to brag, is to show that we actually do the stuff that I'm about to show you for our own business, because it actually works. So we do practice what we preach. And here's a couple of examples. So if you just type in what's the best AI auto-blogging tool for SEO, we show up right here. This is our old brand name. We've rebranded to Arvow since then. Here's another mention right here. This is ChatGPT. This is Grok. This is Google's AI mode. There you go. Mention right there. Mention right there. Right there. Right there. This is Perplexity. Right there. Right there. And there you go. So this stuff is actually happening right now, and we have the proof to tell you because this comes directly from our analytics. Now, let's jump into the good things right here, which is basically the 4-step blueprint to achieve all this stuff. First is to track down profit targeting prompts, okay? Which again, I'll go over all these in detail in a bit. Then is you have to match the search intent of said prompts with surgical precision. Then after that, right, you have to get backlinks, basically secure links that actually move the rankings. And a lot of people don't know how to build backlinks. I'll teach you step by step how to build backlinks, okay? And then one of the most boring parts of all this stuff is to hunt down the SEO gremlins, which I'll talk about in a bit. Now, here's the playbook, step by step. So first things first, again, what do we sell? We are a software business, right? If I go here to Arvow, and by the way, this works for any type of business, e-commerce, local agencies, service-based agencies. It doesn't matter what you sell, whatever. This works for everything. Okay, so we just sell a software, right? We have a bunch of solutions, we have a bunch of integrations. For example, if you were to be if you were like a plumber, right? Instead of having like feature pages like we do, you have like location pages or service pages. If you're like an e-commerce store, you'd have like product pages. But it's basically the exact same thing. Because we're a software business, we have like pages going over the features we have. So basically, okay, so this stuff works for us. It works all across the board because the principles are the same. Okay. Now, what we sell again was we sell a subscription to our access to our software. So that's what we sell. Okay. Now, how we track sales again, we use stuff like Google Analytics. In this case, it's post-hoc to check where our sales come from. And by the way, if you don't know, like if you go on ChatGPT right now and type in, for example, what's the best gardening kit for beginners? So what these LLMs do, GPT, Perplexity, Grok, doesn't matter which one you use, right? They all show up in your Google Analytics as where the traffic originated from. Let me just show you an example. So if you look at the bottom left corner of my screen, right, you see that if I hover over this link, oh, it's still generating, so just wait a bit of time before this ends. I guess we can stop it right now. So if I hover over this right here, okay, it's not working. Okay, this is the issue with doing these things live. Let me just try again. Let's just do another one because I really want to show you this. What's the best? I want to host my online course. What's the best platform to do so on? Okay, different prompt. Let's see if this works right now. I just want to show you that these LLMs will actually tell you that they sent you the traffic with UTM links. But let me just wait for this. There you go. Okay, so let's just stop this. And again, looking at the bottom left corner of my screen, if I ever hover this right here, right, there's a link right here. And you see at the bottom left corner, it says UTM source equals ChatGPT. And I'll just open it right now. Can you see the URL? I don't think you can see the URL. I'll just copy the URL and paste it right here so you guys can see. Right, this is the URL right here. So it has this parameter right here called UTM source ChatGPT.com. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because when someone clicks a link on GPT, right, it will show up on your analytics tool, whether again you use Google Analytics, anything you use, right, as it came from ChatGPT. So it has the UTM source. So that's how we're able to track that all these 38% of our leads, actual signups, not just clicks, actual people clicking and then signing up to our business, right, came from ChatGPT. So in 2025, you have to use an analytics tool, even if your traffic is very little, doesn't matter, right? Use an analytics tool because you want to track this stuff. Now, it's still not yet very possible, I don't think it's ever going to be possible to track exactly which prompts the leads came in from, because I mean, there's infinite prompts I can write, right, about the same thing right here, right? It's very difficult to track which prompts originated each tool, each click, unless GPT or OpenAI gives us this data. For now, they don't. So, I mean, don't worry about it, but install some sort of analytics software to track how many signups came from GPT and LLMs, because you'll notice that there's going to be a correlation, right, of how well you perform, again, how well you perform and how high this graph goes right here, the one for the classic Google and Bing, and these right here, right? So you'll see your mentions go up. And of course, don't just rely on these tools, actually track them yourself from the inside. Okay. Now, point 3 right here is very important. So we show up on GPT even though we don't show up on Google. So Ahrefs just made a study like 2 weeks ago where they basically concluded that you don't need to show up, or excuse me, you don't need to rank on Google in order to be mentioned or cited in ChatGPT. What they concluded was that 1/3 of the pages cited on ChatGPT have no organic search presence on Google, right? Of course, it does help, but it's not necessary. In other words, right, I'll go over how this works because it's very important, right? In other words, right, if you were searching on a classic Google and Bing, right, there's a search box, you search for something, then there's like a first result, like maybe it's like an article, then there's like maybe a YouTube video, okay, and then maybe the third result is maybe like a Reddit thread with a bunch of like Reddit comments, and then there you go. It's the classic Google and Bing, right? With GPT, it's different. It's like a funnel. So you prompt it with something, it gives you an answer, right? And then you refine that answer by prompting again and receiving another answer and prompting again back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until the answer you have at the end is the one that satisfies whichever was the intent of your search prompt at the beginning. This is basically the difference between these two search engines. And the way this ties in with this right here, the fact that you don't need to rank on Google, right? It does help, but you don't need to rank on Google in order to be mentioned and cited in ChatGPT is because, here's the data, by the way, again, 1/3 of the pages or sites cited or mentioned in the answers of your prompts are nowhere to be seen on Google and Bing. 1/3, it's a lot. It's because even if I'm ranking like right here, even if I'm ranking 100th, even if I'm down here, even if no human actually goes here and clicks and reads through my blog post, whatever, right? AI can do so, because AI, what's basically all it's doing, it's based off of your prompt, right? Excuse me, let me just rephrase this. Previously, what you were doing is that you type in something, you click the first result, you read through the article. Then you click the second result, you watch through the YouTube video. Then you click the third one and you read the Reddit comments, right? And based off of all this info and time you invested in your research, right, you'd buy the product or buy the service, whatever. You take action on whatever was your initial keyword. What's happening with GPT is that they're doing all that work for you and then giving you all that info in a concise little text area. So it's going in and reading through the article. It's going in and watching the video. It's going into the Reddit comments and reading the Reddit comments, right? Taking all that info, right, and putting it in a nice little text box for you as a human to read. And then you can even prompt it back and forth until the answer is good enough for you. So previously it was super manual. Now it's super automated. And by the way, again, even if you rank 100th, doesn't matter. Even if no human goes here, well, AI can still go here, can still read this, then provide that info right here for the human to read. So even if you rank 100th and no human directly goes there and reads through your content, well, AI can still go there and then show that content to the human, right? So this is the theory, but actually it happens in practice, because again, 1/3 of the sites cited or mentioned right here don't even get any human traffic directly, but they get traffic by humans indirectly because the AI goes there and shows it to the human. Hopefully that made sense, and hopefully this excites you about this stuff, because usually people like get depressed that they like that the traffic doesn't look like this, that they're not growing in traffic, right? But again, yes, of course, this is great, and you should aim for this. You should aim for traffic growth. But if you're not growing traffic, right, directly from humans, right, it's not necessarily bad, because you can grow traffic by still producing content that doesn't get any human viewership or clicks or reads, right? But that AI can still cite and mention when a human prompts it to do so. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Okay, let me just see some comments right here. Texas, Mary Bellhill 6567 is from Texas. Mark is from Italy. Miguel is from Portugal. Nice. So we have people from all around the world here. That's pretty cool. US, Italy, and Portugal. All right, 3 countries right here. Pretty cool, guys. Let me know if this is making sense so far. I think this right here is one of the most interesting things I've discovered this year about SEO. Again, we're all into this right now. I mean, this is all super new. This study is super new. The way in which people search in ChatGPT is super new, right? And I think this pretty much summarizes the whole year. I mean, not the whole year, but part of the year where I feel like this is one of the most valuable things I learned this year, which is the difference between these two types of search, right? And the fact that, yes, you still want to be producing content for Google and Bing, right, for humans directly, but don't be sad when it doesn't get any human traffic directly, because it can get human traffic indirectly by AI by AI reading it and then citing it in front of a human. Hopefully that made sense. Okay, so yeah, what we sell, again, we're a software business. We track sales via the UTM tags from GPT, and how we show up on Google without showing up on ChatGPT. The theory part, now the actual practical part. I want to give you a couple of examples. If you're e-commerce brand, SaaS company, local business, or agency owner, I actually want to give you some tangible examples, because maybe there's not a lot of people live right here, but there's a bunch of people that will watch the replay. So yeah, I want to make sure that you guys have valuable information right here on all these. Now, let me just check my AppSumo listing if there's any questions right here already popping up. No questions as of now. Give me a second here to open up my channel right here. There we go. Guys, keep on dropping your questions. Keep on interacting. I'll read through them all in a second right here. All right. Give me 1 second right here, guys. Okay, we're good. So Marcus, actually, I want to bring up the live chat right here onto the stream. Give me 1 second right here, guys, while I do that. Let me find okay. How do I bring the live chat onto okay, show comments? There you go. Perfect. Now we can all see the comments on the live stream. Perfect. So Marcus asks, this is great so far. Thanks. I'm all in on schema, FAQs, and regular blog posts right now to rank better. Yeah, I will talk about schema, by the way. Jesus, sorry guys, give me 1 second. My co-founder is calling me. Not sure why. I know he knows I'm on live right now. Let me just see what's up, if there's anything wrong. Okay. Yeah, I want to talk about schema actually, because schema is going to be a pretty important thing moving forward, because actually, let me just see if I have it right here. Yeah, we're going to be talking about schema. Where is it? Where is the schema part? Well, it's around here somewhere, so don't worry. And actually, my co-founder is calling me. Let me just give me guys 1 second so I can see what's up. I'll leave you guys here with the AppSumo listing if you guys want to grab a lifetime deal. So 1 second, just going to turn off my mic if I can find that. All right, we're all good, guys. Don't worry, everything is good. I guess let's just keep on going. By the way, if you've missed the beginning of the stream, this is going to be the schedule for today. It's going to be a lot of guests right here, a lot of people joining in, and yeah, that's basically it. So let's just keep on going. So a couple of examples if you're one of these types of business. So I always like to give this example for this brand called Epic Gardening. These guys are an e-commerce store. They're super successful. They sell gardening supplies, as you see right here. And here's what they're doing great when it comes to LLM SEO. Okay, so based on all what I said, right? Usually, actually, let me just show you the brand first. So this is their site. Okay, they have a basic site where they produce content, right? They're a gardening-based brand, so they produce content about gardening. So 21 longest flowering bulbs to plant this year, okay? And again, very in-depth blog posts. And this stuff, by the way, this is heavily mentioned and heavily cited on LLMs. And at the same time, it does rank on Google. Let me just show you their stats right here on Ahrefs real quick. So they pull in, let me just see, I think a couple million. Okay, almost 300,000 a month in organic search traffic, and they have an insane amount of mentions across these LLMs. And it's because the stuff that I'm about to show you right now. So usually most e-commerce stores, what they do when they have like product pages is they just end the product page right here. That's all they do. Just end it right here. Guys, by the way, yeah, exactly. They just end the product page right here. A great thing these guys are doing is that they're not just ending it here. They have a lot of stuff right here going over, again, product details, specification, how to use. It's very important. And then they have stuff like the material breakdown. Like, why would anyone care about the material breakdown? And then why is this so important for LLMs? Well, it's because, as I said before, this stuff, this page, most likely won't rank on Google for stuff like, hey, I'm looking for ultra durable thick steel gardening beds. Most likely it won't. That said, it can show up when someone's searching on GPT for that stuff, because again, it's like a funnel. You prompt it, gives you an answer, right? You prompt it, gives you an answer. You prompt it, gives you an answer, right? And so what if someone's right now on GPT searching for, hey, I'm a beginner gardener looking, actually, never mind. Let's just do, for example, I bought a garden bed last year made out of wood, and it's all messed up because of the rain. What do you recommend I do? Okay, let's just say, for example, this is my prompt right here that I just asked GPT. Okay, let's say the answer is, for example, something like, yeah, wooden garden beds can be destroyed because of rain. I recommend you use some made out of steel, right? And he just recommends a couple of brands. Hey, here's a couple of brands. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, right? But then you just say, okay, that's pretty cool. But I've heard that these beds made out of steel aren't very durable, and some of them are like painted with this toxic paint. And then if this toxic paint goes through the soil, then can go into the plant's roots, and then at the end of the day, like, you're eating chemicals. And then it says, hey, yeah, sure, that's right. But there's this one brand that actually produces thick, steel-based ones painted with non-toxic USDA-approved paint. Here's a link for them. Point being is that the only reason why they show up on this back and forth prompting is because they mention it on their site. Even if it's like a one-liner, they mention it there. And this page is, of course, indexed on Google, right? So GPT will, of course, based off of your first prompt, browse any and all brands it can find that sell these stuff right here, right? But then as you go down the funnel, of course, you're a bit more specific. You're refining the answer by prompting over and over again. You're refining the answer, right? And so they only show up because they mention it, even if it's like a one-liner. And the point of all this is that if you have an e-commerce brand, right, mention every single thing that your product does, why it does it, who's it for, right? For example, hey, these are for elderly women because they can use XYZ to feel less lonely in the winter because XYZ whatever, right? Or a blanket. So be highly specific on what your product does, why it does it, who's it for, and what specific pain point does it solve. Like, go over the material. Why is it made out of this wool type thing? Is it because it's less like irritating on your skin? Like, go super specific, because you never know what people are prompting on the other side. And again, don't worry about being hyper specific. Don't worry about that content not ranking on Google, because it can still rank, right? Again, 1/3, it can still be mentioned or cited all across these LLMs. So if you have an e-commerce store right now, what I recommend you do is take inspiration from these guys right here, from Epic Gardening, and all they're doing, right? They're going over the sizes, how to set it up, right? They even have, of course, this, you should have this by default, like FAQs. Okay, these help out a lot. But talk about your materials, talk about what it does, what it doesn't do, who's it good for, who's it bad for example, because I've started using like negative or reverse type prompts, right? For example, what brands would you not recommend for someone who wants to do XYZ, right? So talk about the stuff or the things your brand doesn't do, or who's it not for. Be hyper specific, because you and me, like anyone who's using ChatGPT right now, we are highly specific. I'm sure you've used GPT before. I'm sure you've used any LLM before. We are super specific in our queries, and we receive super specific answers back by these LLMs. And the only way you can show up and have your brand be mentioned on these LLMs if you are super specific in your content. Because if you're not, like, AI won't guess, AI won't make information up. So if you're an e-commerce brand, do what these guys are doing. And by the way, still, of course, not just about having an amazing product page. It's about also having a brand and creating content, right? These guys, I'm sure how many blog posts they put out every single day, but they have an amazing team putting out the blog posts. They have an author bio box, little intro with images, table of contents. There's internal links to their blog posts. There's external links. There's links to their products. I mean, this is very well done. Okay, very, very well done. So I guess that's the very first thing here on e-commerce. Okay. Now, if you're a SaaS company, again, we are a SaaS company right here. We are Arvow. Again, it's the live stream we're doing is because we're live on AppSumo, and because we're launching it right now on a lifetime deal. So we are a software company. Okay. We sell software, we sell subscription, right? It's very different from e-commerce. So I'll try to give you some tips and some tricks on what other what other software companies are doing. And I guess I can give you the example of Thinkific, which is the one that I was just talking about right here. 1 second. Doing the live stream is kind of weird because there's a lot of stuff going on. So bear with me right here, guys. Let me just check again, by the way, how many people we have on the live stream. Oh, I think we have 7. Cool. Guys, 7 people is a lot of people. Tell me where you guys are from. Ask me any questions. Otherwise, it's just like a one-sided thing. So, okay, 6 people. Cool. Tell me where you guys are from. Ask me questions. And yeah, just let's interact, guys, because otherwise I feel alone. So, oh, and by the way, of the 7 people who are here, just comment your sites. And at the end, I'll do like an audit. I'll go over your Ahrefs, stats. I'll analyze your pages, your backlinks, and I'll give you some tips. So just comment your domains and I'll give you some tips. Even if you're like not on the live when I do the audit, well, this is going to be recorded, so you can just still access it. So if you want some free tips, free audits of your sites, of your brands, just drop your URLs right here. Okay. Moving on. Again, we've covered e-commerce. If there's any questions, let me know. But we've covered e-commerce. Okay. Now let's cover SaaS. And let's apply the same example as before. Okay. Let's say we all know, I mean, you should know Thinkific. Thinkific is another software brand. Basically, they allow you to host your course on there. So they're an online course hosting platform. Okay. And if I go here and say, okay, I'm a YouTuber and I'm looking to host my online course. What platform do you recommend? Right, pretty decent, pretty like a standard prompt, right? It's not France. A lot of people from France. I think it's because it's like super early in the States. Still, we have someone here from Texas. It's pretty cool. But I think it's a more natural time to be here on in Europe than in the States. But still, again, we'll be live for like 8 hours, so I guess we'll catch everyone. So yeah, but basically, again, moving on here. Pretty natural prompt. I'm a YouTuber looking to buy an online course, to host an online course. What platform do you recommend? There's, of course, a bunch, right? There's a bunch of them, right? I mean, I haven't, again, it's the funnel. I'm going to be prompting it again, back and forth, prompt, answer, till I have the answer I want, right? So I'm going to be refining it, okay? And again, the only way in which my brand's going to show up in the last answer is if I refine it the right way based on what I think people that want my product want based off of their prompts. Let me explain. So again, they gave me a bunch: Kajabi, Thinkific, Teachable, Podia. Okay, Thinkific we were mentioned right here, which is good. Now I'm going to say something like, okay, but I'm looking for one that has unlimited seats. Okay, pretty standard prompt again. I mean, I want one with unlimited seats, right? It's pretty standard, okay? And you'll notice that it's searching the web, doing the work that you would do manually. Again, as I explained before, like this stuff right here is the reality of nowadays. This stuff right here. Again, all it's doing, or mostly all it's doing, is doing the work you were to do manually as like a regular person. The AI is doing it for you and then compiling all that information in a little nice answer box so you can read it. Okay, so let's go here again. Okay, good point. Unlimited seats, so unlimited number of students, whatever platforms. Okay, Thinkific, Teachable, whatever. We're being cited again. And let's just look at the excuse me, the sources. So we're sourced by Podia, we're sourced by Thinkific. Okay, Thinkific itself is being cited. Why? Well, one liner saying unlimited. Let's see, unlimited. Yeah. Well, not the best example because it's not the one that I wanted it to cite. Let me see here again the sources. Well, of course, this is live, so it's not working as I wanted it to. But what I wanted to cite would be this page right here, which honestly it's citing a similar one on Podia. Let's just open this up right here. This is another competitor of theirs, where a competitor of both of these is comparing two competitors, which we'll talk about in a bit. But where is? Okay, there you go. So the page it's citing is a page that, of course, talks about in a little small paragraph talking about, okay, Thinkific allows you to have an unlimited number of students. So a little one-liner, literally a little one-liner saying Thinkific allows creators to have an unlimited number of students is the one that's being cited first when I ask it for, hey, I want unlimited students. So it's not a dedicated page talking about it. It's not just a one-liner. And just goes to show how important it is to talk about your product, to be super specific on everything you do. Mr. Miguel is asking, what's the difference between the AppSumo tiers? Is it only about the credits? So yeah, the AppSumo deal right here, the difference is that it's basically a lifetime deal where you get, I mean, it's all explained right here, but it's not just about, basically you get the credits and a couple of features. I'm not sure what plan you're on. If you've already bought Arvow through the site itself, you could get the AppSumo deal because we're never going to be discounting Arvow this much on the actual site. This is like a special deal for AppSumo, excuse me. So yeah, you could say that if you already have the access to the software, it's basically credits. If you don't, it's a very good deal to get because it is insanely cheap. As I said in the beginning of the live, we're actually losing money on this, but it is what it is because it's just an insanely good deal. But you're getting like a bunch of credits, and again, if you don't have access to the features, a bunch of features for a steep discount. But again, any questions? Actually, you could do me a huge favor and ask that question right here because there's questions. All right. And I didn't see this. Let's do this live. Only one-time credits. Can you clarify if these are recurring credits or one-time use only? Okay, great question. Let me answer this. Oh, we have a bunch of questions. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, let me just instruct my team to get on some of these questions. So let me just open Slack right here and ask our team to go and answer a bunch of these questions. All right. Please go and answer AppSumo questions. All right. I guess let's start with the first one, which doesn't seem to be a good one. Is this X Journalist AI? Journalist AI changed the name to Arvow. It had which? Well, I'd have to disagree, man. I think any feedback is worth it, but I have to disagree, man. We actually have a lot of people having insane results using our tool. All these right here that I showed in the beginning. So yeah, I have to disagree. I mean, any feedback is valuable feedback, and we're working to make the tool better every day. But yeah, I'm not sure why we're not happy. But I mean, we can make you happy in the future. I mean, I'll have my team reach out and see what's going on because I lack some context right here. But I'm sure we can all solve this stuff right here. Yeah, these are only one-time credits. So if I just go here, actually, I'll just ask the team to reply. But yeah, this is basically one-time credits that never expire. So these credits will never expire. So you can get them at a 60% or even, I think, 80% discount, and they just stay on forever. They literally never expire, which is pretty cool, I think. So you're getting them at a hefty discount. You can just stock up on this for next year, and you'll never expire. It's pretty cool. All right, moving on to what I was saying. I think I lost myself right here. Another question. So, are all the features included in the AppSumo deal, or are some upgrades outside the lifetime license? Just checking. So, not all the features are included in the lifetime deal. You can check what they are right here. So, a lot of them are, a lot of them aren't. So, there's some of them that are. I think the deal in itself is pretty good, but you can just read the ones that are available right here in the table. We made this table on purpose so you guys can actually check which ones you get, which ones you don't get, but you get a bunch of them, so you can just check them over here. Yeah, that's basically it. Moving on to the Thinkific example I was giving. So reason why the brand right here is recommended. Firstly, it was recommended right here, and little caveat right here. I think it was Ahrefs that did this study, which is that it shows that if you're mentioned the first time, so based off of your prompt, if your brand is mentioned on the first answer, as it is right here, it is much more likely to be mentioned on the second answer, because again, you're refining the prompt, answer, right? Prompt again, answer, and of course the second answer, if this prompt is sort of agreeing or wanting to refine that answer, of course the second answer is going to be based off of the first one it gave you. So if your brand is mentioned the first time, it's highly likely it's going to be mentioned the second time. Okay. Now again, reason why they show up is because there's content about it, right? There's content on competitor sites about it. Okay. I wanted to show you this one right here, which is a page on Thinkific sites comparing them versus the competition, where they talk about their features, right, including the unlimited students feature right here. Okay. And again, just a one-liner. And I've had different prompts. Some of them cite this stuff. I guess you can just do, okay, I like these so far. Compare Thinkific versus Kajabi because I'm deciding between those two. And most likely right now it's going to be citing this right here because it's a direct comparison. But my point with all this is that reason why these brands are cited is because they talk about it, right? In software, if you're a software business, having these comparison pages is very important. They have these for all ones. If I just do right here, Thinkific versus Teachable, so they compare themselves with every single competitor. They have all these competitor pages, so basically all the same, right? They're just a list of features for their business versus the features for the other business. And they just compare themselves back and forth. And they do this for just basically replacing right here this with all the competitors. So if you're a software business, what you should be doing is doing comparison pages, you versus them, okay? And you can also do your competitors between each other, because these guys right here, Podia, Kajabi, Thinkific, they all do the same thing, right? Their customer base is all the same. And Podia is comparing these two together, and of course, comparing two competitors together. And of course, at the end, what do you think it says? Hey, yeah, these are good, but Podia is even better. And so Podia, a competitor of Thinkific, is being cited first on this prompt, right? People are going there right here. If they read through, they get introduced to the brand. Not only are they being cookied, so then Podia can advertise to them, but then if they actually read through all this stuff, they may be choosing Podia over any of these two competitors. Okay, so producing content about your competitors, comparing them both, and you versus your competitor as well, is a great way to do so. Let me see what the results here were for this prompt right here. What are the citations? Okay, there you go. So of course, when you're going a bit more deeper and asking actual questions and funneling it down more and more and more, right? Of course, the citation is right here, this comparison page on the actual Thinkific website. There you go. Pretty simple. So if you're a software company, that's what you should be doing. And there's infinite examples. We do the same thing. Thinkific does the same thing. Everyone does the same thing. Okay. And the way you win is if you're hyper specific. Okay. So I'll show you Wise in a bit. Wise is a banking platform. I'll show you that in a bit because it's super interesting. I'll just jump into local businesses and agency owners right now. But before that, let me just put this right here and see where we're at in timings. And by the way, let's just do a giveaway. Let me just give away 100 credits. So these, by the way, are worth $15 each. So if you just were to go on Arvow and buy these, they'd cost you $15. So I'm just going to do a giveaway, because why not? So if you were to go on here and buy these, it will cost you $15. because it's half of this. Actually, it's going to be a bit more. So let's just do giveaway. So we have 8 people here. Just type in a number between 1 through 8, and I'll just do a random number generation, and I'll just give away 100 credits. And while you guys do that, let me just check all my stuff right here. Let me just check AppSumo again, see how well everything's going. And guys, comment a number 1 through 8, and I'll do the giveaway. Let me see if anyone has answered the questions. Oh, I have to ask my team again to answer them. They haven't answered them yet. Well, I'm just going to jump here into Slack. Okay, we have a number on the board. We have 7. Guys, come on, we have 8 people. Just comment the words 1 through 8. Comment the numbers 1 through 8. I'll just do a giveaway. Otherwise, Marcus will win. I'm just answering here some questions on the Slack board. These are one-off credits, yes, but they are lifetime, as in they last forever and never expire. Yeah, Marcus is happy because nothing to worry about, of course. Guys, how can we have 8 people right here? I was expecting more, to be honest, but it doesn't matter. How can we have 8 people right here and nobody's actually leaving questions? Come on. Give me some, not questions, even just writing a number on the board, 1 through 8. Come on, while I just fix some stuff here on the back end. Okay, cool. There you go. Another number on the board. And I actually wanted to find a way to put on the AppSumo page a link for the live stream, because yeah, I don't think he's. How do I? Does anyone know how to post a thing here? I want to like make a post with the live stream link. I guess I'll just ask the team. Where's the button? Oh, another number on the board. We have 2 7s. I guess you can still change, but whoever wrote 7 first, I'll value them most. Come on, guys, give me more numbers while I just do some work here on the back end. Okay, so I can't add front end posts. Can you just add a link to the live stream on the post? Feel free. Just make it short and sweet, please. Okay, so I just asked the guys to put a link to the live stream here on the founders post wall. Okay, so we have 2 7s and a 2. I guess let's just do this. Okay, random number generator. Why not? I guess 1 through 10. And no more numbers, guys. We have 8 people here. Come on, give me some numbers. We have the same number twice, and we have a 2. Yeah, likely time zone, and it's Monday. People are still sleepy. Yeah, most likely that. Doesn't matter. It's going to be recorded, so hopefully it's still valuable for the people that watch it after. So let's just do this. Boom. 4. So yeah, Miguel, you're closer to 4 than Mary and Marcus. So Miguel, just drop me your email, or just go onto the site and just drop your email on the chat bubble right on the homepage, right on the bottom right corner. There should be like a chat bubble. Say, hey, listen, I came from the live stream and I just won some credits, and please top me up. And the guys will top you up with the 100 credits. So congratulations, you just won 100 credits. Excuse me, which is pretty cool, I think. All right, let's keep on going. Let me just put this right here. So 8:48. It's been 48 minutes since we're live. Do you guys have any questions? Like, do we have any questions about like me wanting to audit your site? I can audit your sites. If you just drop them here, the URLs, I can answer any specific questions. If not, I'll just keep on yapping about and keep on talking about this stuff. But if you have any questions, let me know. Right. If not, I'll just keep going. And I guess these 2 right here, like for a local business and an agency. Oh, we have Conor. There you go. Hey, looking forward to joining you later. Amazing, man. Looking forward to it as well. Conor's going to be talking in later on in the day. It's going to be pretty interesting, guys. So hopefully there's more people on once they wake up. So yeah. Yeah, no, Miguel, your number was 2, but like I just chose the closest to 4, so you still won. All right, yeah, these two right here. Like if you're a local business or an agency, again, the same principles apply. The ones that I've just been talking about for the past 40 minutes. In case, and I do recommend, in case you're a local business, I heavily recommend you watch this video. It's you just go to my channel, type in local. This right here. It's no, this right here. It's 2 hours 14 minutes long. It is literally every single thing you need to do to rank a business on Google Maps, because local SEO is a bit different than the classic SEO. So if you just watch all the way through, and if you're a local business, there's no reason why you can't like be ranking on the top 3 of your map pack if you apply all this stuff right here. It's literally a 2-hour long, boring step-by-step video, on every single thing you need to do to succeed in Google Maps SEO. So go watch this. This is the title right here. Yeah, because there's not yet, or not that I've found yet this year, because this is super recent yet, there's not anything you can do in terms of local SEO in specific for ChatGPT. Okay. And honestly, I don't think people are using GPT yet to start search for local businesses. I think they still use Google and Google Maps. This might change, and when it does change, when the behavior does change, we'll be here to analyze that and see what we can do with it. Marcus asks, can you elaborate on the use of the optimal schema markup setup for local business? Yes. So first things first, and I made a video on that, but I can talk about it right now. Schema.org is your best friend. So this is basically a site that just gives you all the different types of schema that exist. Now, different businesses will have different schemas. For example, let's say I'm a business that does like monthly events that I gather, that I like do in the community, that like join every single person in the community, and they all come into my local business shop that sells cakes, and we all do this cool stuff of like giving out cakes to different people, and this is like a great place to meet new people, or maybe we're a cool bar that does it, whatever, right? So you do event-based schema, right? And again, let's just say, okay, business, we're a cool bar, okay? Let's just do a cool, Jesus, business, cool coffee shop, okay? Events, we do monthly, let's do a monthly run club, and then we all join back at the coffee shop to drink, and then we give out, we give out bread to the homeless nearby. So it's a social plus social event to some extent. Okay. Now, not all businesses will have this, of course. This is just an example to it's just a point I want to make. You, of course, would have event schema, because if someone searches on Google for run clubs near me, or run club NYC, or run club in whatever location it is that you want, well, you want to show up run club Dallas. Okay, no event right here, but if you just do, your goal is just to show like this, for example, like these are all sponsored. It's not cooperating with me. Let's just do, what can I do as an example right here? Meetup Dallas. Let's see. What prompt can I make it trigger a local event schema? There, Dallas Arena. Let's see. Okay, perfect. American Airlines Center shows. Well, it's not really cooperating, but basically a bunch of these would show up right here, a bunch of events with the dates below it and a link where you can click and buy the tickets, okay? And these show up here because of schema. Point being is that if you were to have a local business that do local events, you would benefit from having event schema on your monthly run club events, whatever, to increase the chances of you showing up when someone searches for these types of keywords, event-based on Google. Now, by the way, it's not just because you have schema that you're guaranteed to show up. Just like, for example, it's not just because you have the little star rating schema that's guaranteed to show up. It's right here, Dallas Plumber. So it's not because you have this on your page. Like these are done with schema. It's not just because you have the schema code on your brand that Google's going to enable it by default. It can happen, and I've seen it happen where you have it and it doesn't even show up. Okay, just take this with a grain of salt. But to answer your question, to go back to your question, the schema you want will depend on what you do. Ideally, if you have events, you do event schema, of course, have organization-based schema, have local business-based schema, depending on what the business you are is. I would have aggregate rating as well, because you can justify it, and any business can justify this, and you just get not only more pixels, okay, because this has more pixels, but a bunch more eyeballs, because which one of these results stands out the most? The one with stars, right? So you can increase your click-through rate, so you can increase your CTR just by having this on. Now, you can fake this. I don't recommend you do, but you can literally, you can put any number you want right here and any number you want right here. Now, I don't recommend it because it should be like based off of real reviews you have, right? You can, of course, you can aggregate reviews from like Trustpilot, Google, Facebook, etc., and or even like private reviews that you have on your site. But this should be real. In theory, you can fake it, and I haven't seen anyone faking them and being clapped yet. But just know that you can fake them, and yeah, if you're clapped, I mean, I guess it's your fault. Yeah, so I guess the optimal would be these right here. You can put them on your homepage and services pages. Sorry, this right here, not this right here, not the other one above, not the aggregate offer, the aggregate rating. Okay, and yeah, of course, local business. Okay, right. There's examples right here. You can just scroll down, and where is it? Some examples of JSON. There you go. You just copy this, right? And if some of these don't apply, just remove them, okay? But of course, change your address, change where you're from, change the hours, change all this stuff, okay? And just copy it and put it on your site's header, right? If you put it on your site's header, it's going to be applied to all the pages. If you put it on a specific page, it's going to be just applied to that page, okay? And yeah, just don't overthink it. Yeah, this is basically it. And again, make sure it's go through the schema.org site and see which ones can actually apply to you. And also, if you can, and I was like local SEO, what you have to do is like heavily based off of what your competitors are doing. So if I just do Dallas Plumber, right, I want to go over and see, okay, what are the what are the how do you say this? What are the services they include? So do all the guys that are ranking first to third, do they all have the same services, right? Do they all have the similar business names? So I'm looking for similarities. In other words, of all these three guys, do they all have schema on their site? What schema do they have? Okay, they have local business schema, but what type of business do they have, right? So look at what the top guys are doing and try to emulate it, because Google tells you what you need, right? If Google is valuing these guys right here, well, it's for a reason, right? So investigate and deconstruct what they're doing and try to replicate what they're doing, but in a better way. Okay, but I'll go over all that stuff in the local SEO course, which again, just type in Vasco. Oh, this is right here. I guess I can just drop it in the chat right here. Let's see. Boom. Hopefully this can goes out. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. Let's keep on going, guys. Let me see if there's any questions right here on AppSumo that haven't been answered yet, that I can answer here live, and then have the team. Not yet. No worries. Let's just keep on going. Yeah, again, just watch the video, and this is the same thing. Now, we've talked about a lot of stuff right here. I actually want to address some of the concerns people actually have sometimes, which is, yeah, but Google penalizes AI content. Well, yes and no, right? As I wrote here, Google doesn't care who or what writes the content, as long as it satisfies the user search intent. That's cliche, but that's all they want, right? They don't care if it's a human, a robot, or a dog writing the content. They only care if it's high quality. That's literally it. Don't overcomplicate this stuff, right? People say, oh yeah, but AI content doesn't rank. That's not true, right? There's an insane amount of examples of AI content ranking, not just on Google, but also being mentioned and cited, right? Insane. Again, I can just scroll back up again. There's an insane amount of people using AI content to rank their sites all across software, B2C SaaS, local agencies, supplements company, e-commerce store selling yoga mats, news blog, hotel finder platform, crypto platform, consulting company in Singapore. Right? There's just so many different results. So AI content works. Now, granted, can AI write bad quality content? Of course, absolutely. AI can write bad content, but so can humans. So it's a matter of how well your content satisfies the user's needs. Combine that with the great technical SEO and backlinks, and no one can stop you. And we'll be speaking about these two in a bit. But my point with this right here is that Google can penalize AI content. It can. It's not a given, right? It can also penalize human content, right? So again, don't worry who or what's writing it. Worry about, is this piece of content, if it goes live, is it actually providing valuable to the end user? If not, well, just scrap it, okay? I guess a great question you can ask yourself is, if all the content on my site were to disappear tomorrow, would anyone miss it? If not, well, then it's a great indicator that you should just delete that off your site, okay? So the focus shouldn't be on this. It should be on the actual value of the content, okay? And we'll go over types of content, all that stuff in a bit. Let me just see what time it is. CT time, 9 a.m. So what time we have? Okay, so we have 30 minutes before our first guest jump in, and then we're gonna have Afonso, my co-founder, the developer, the guy who built Arvow right here, the guy who built the whole thing. It's gonna be pretty cool. You guys can ask him some questions, technical questions. You guys can ask him anything you guys want. And then we're gonna have Carvalho, which is the customer success manager at Arvow. It's gonna be pretty cool to have an inside scoop on how we handle support, how he handles tickets, what he sees, like what commonalities he sees when it comes to people using the tool. Then a bunch more cool guests are coming on as well. But let's keep going. Most likely, I won't have time to finish all this stuff, so I'll just finish it at the end. But because I still want to talk about backlinks and a bunch of more cool stuff, but I'll just keep on going right here in terms of the playbook. So there's basically 6 steps. So first is you have to produce content with AI because it's just faster. And when I say content, is because regardless if you use Google or ChatGPT or Google, all these are 2 distinct businesses, and all they're doing is based off of a prompt or off of a keyword. They want to give you the correct information the fastest possible. And information is content, right? Be it a YouTube video, be it like a blog post, a listicle, a comparison page, a page like this right here, for example. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the content is, right? All these guys want to do is give you the correct information the fastest possible, and information is produced is content. Now, I'm biased, but I think you should be using AI, because if you don't, here will happen. So let's say it's me versus you in a table building competition, right? You are building the table with your hands. So the competition is who can build the most tables the fastest, right? We have the tabletop, and we have the legs. And what we have to do is like attach the legs to the top of the table, okay? And you're doing this with your hand. Versus me, I have a screwdriver. So even though at the end we both build a table, I'm just able to build the table so much faster. So I can build more tables faster, more effectively. This is the best analogy I could find about like AI. It's just, the outcome is the same. It's just way faster. And again, Arvow right here, this is not a magic tool, right? Anything and everything this does, you can do manually. It's full transparency. Thing is that it takes you so much time, and it's a pain in the butt to do manually. That's why we are running a lifetime deal on AppSumo, or part of the reason why. Okay, so if you were ever interested in getting the tool, you can get a lifetime deal on Arvow, on AppSumo for an insane discount. Not only is it lifetime, but it's also an insane discount. That's pretty cool. Now, moving on. Hopefully this convinces you to use AI. And I think most of the people who are here right now live, and most of the people who are going to watch this after, most of you guys use AI. Okay, so I don't need really to convince you to do so. Now, second thing is to optimize your current content. So you shouldn't neglect existing content. Okay, a lot of people like produce content on their site. Be it, again, I'll talk about different types of contents in a bit. But they just produce content and it just leave it there, right? Instead of updating it and making it better, right? A lot of the best pieces of content out there that rank for years and years and years are pieces of content that are freshly and refreshly updated as time goes on to make them relevant. Because, like, let's say, for example, you make I don't know, again, let's say you're a software company, you make like a listicle, excuse me, not a listicle, a comparison page with you versus the competition, right? And you post this in 2025 today, okay? Now, let's say this is ranking, getting a bunch of clicks, a bunch of impressions, bringing in a bunch of sales, right? But let's say 2027 comes around, right? And you haven't updated the post, right? And a bunch of the brands you mentioned are no longer in business, so the links are broken, right? A bunch of the features you have are like outdated because you've added a bunch of new features, but you haven't updated the blog post with those features. So outdated features, outdated information. What's going to happen is that this is going to be just dropping off the rankings and never to be seen again. And you're wasting all the time and effort you put on creating this. You're wasting most likely a bunch of backlinks you have, because if it's such a great piece of content, most likely has, like, it's gained backlinks organically. So you're wasting all this stuff because you decide to write a new post instead of going back and updating a new one, an existing one, right? And it's insane how many people do this, because it takes a lot of work to update content, because it's content you've written like a while back. You have to read through it again. You have to familiarize yourself again with the content. You have to read through it all to know where to update stuff. So it's a pain in the butt, right? But you have to do it. And by the way, you can do this manually, or you can use it to like Arvow that does this automatically for you, right? I'll just show you an example. Let's say, for example, this is a post that I posted on my site like a while back, right? And I feel like it's a bit outdated. What I can do is I can just go here and say, okay, this post was written in 2026. Are you guys seeing this? Maybe or not. Let me just change the way the stream is being shown. 1 second. Let me just hide the chat for a second. Okay, there you go. And let me just hide this banner for a second as well, so you guys can see. Okay, perfect. This post was written in 2025. Since then, this is about gardening. So since then, the whole earth, since then, there's no more desert. Actually, this is dumb. Since then, the technology of gardening in arid soils has changed. Update the article accordingly. Okay, so if I were to hit enter right now, this prompt doesn't make any sense. But if I were to hit enter right now, what this would do is it would read through the article just as you do if you were a human, right? As a human, excuse me, and would update, remove info, add info to make it more valuable to current events. So we just change it just like that. Okay, and yes, sure, you can do this manually, but why would you when you can just use AI to do it in a 10th of the speed, right? Or instead of just using this, you can just select parts of it and say, okay, you can do, okay, mention my new brand and stop mentioning the old one, or take this and, okay, put this into a table, put this into a list, or add keywords here, or add links. So the AI is going to read through the whole thing and find the best places to add links to, right? Again, you can do all this stuff manually, but why would you when you can just use AI to do it for you? So point is that there's 2 points right here. First one is to use AI to edit the content, and to actually go out and edit the content, because it just takes so much more work to produce new content than to edit existing content that's maybe already ranking, already has backlinks, that's super valuable, right? You should take in that content and update it, freshen it up. I recommend you do this like every other 8 to 12 months, update existing content, because if you don't, well, a competitor of yours is going to write or update their own, or write a content for the first time. It's going to be more relevant, more recent. That's going to like just outshine yours. Because again, what all these platforms want to do, be it ChatGPT or Google, they want to give the user the correct information the fastest. Usually the correct information is the one that's the most up to date. Okay, so that's it on this. Let me just enable the live chat again. Show live chat and show the banner. Hopefully this banner isn't too annoying. And yeah, I should have probably brought some water because I'm quite thirsty. But yeah, let's keep on going. Let me just do a small pause right here. We have 8 people right here. We've been live for an hour. We have a couple more hours to go. What else we want to? Let me just open up Arvow right here. Arvow AppSumo actually, to see. Again, reason why we're live right today is because we are doing the official launch of the AppSumo deal. Again, it's a lifetime deal, which It's pretty cool. It's something that we won't do ever again. It's something that certainly at this discount we'll never do on our site. This is just like exclusive to AppSumo, which I think is pretty cool. And since we are celebrating the launch, I figured I'd just do a live event with a couple of guests. So excuse me. That's why we're here. And in 20 minutes from now, these two amazing guests are joining in. It's going to be pretty cool. Now let's keep going. Talking about technical SEO is a very important thing, which a lot of people neglect because it's boring and it's difficult. Okay, let me show you what I mean by this. Technical SEO is let me see if I have it here right here. I don't have it here. It's the boring part. Okay, it's the part that's a pain in the butt that usually I think you should outsource, which is stuff like site speed, schema markup, meta titles, meta descriptions, image alt text, canonicals, right? There's a bunch of boring stuff. Okay, but it's key. It's key because if you have, and we can talk about the 3 pillars of SEO right now. You can have amazing on-page SEO. We can have amazing off-page SEO. But if you don't have technical SEO, right, it's kind of pointless to have these two. Like all the work you put into having 2 amazing pillars right here, on and off page, is all goes down the drain because your technical SEO sucks. And I'll dive deep into these right here, but let me just talk about technical SEO first and show you why it's so important. For example, let's say we are ranking first. We can do the same example, Google and GPT, because this applies to GPT as well. Again, actually, just do GPT. Actually, ChatGPT. Okay, you give it a prompt. Here's the whole answer, and you are cited right here. There's a mention of your brand right here. Boom. And on Google, excuse me, brand ranking first, someone ranking second. Let's say you're ranking third, right? You're ranking third right here, right? Actually, never mind. Let's just do a better example. Let's say you're ranking first, right, for a keyword. What happens if someone goes in, clicks your site, and it takes them 10, 15 seconds for it to load? Well, what's going to happen is that people are just going to click off and then click the second result or the third one. And if enough people do that over and over again, well, you're going to be going down the rankings eventually. And all the work you did to get to the first position is kind of pointless. And this ties in with conversion optimization, which is something that Lukas is going to be talking about right here, like conversion optimization, designing sites that LLMs love. It all ties in together. But this just goes to show how important this is, how important technical SEO is. Same thing for ChatGPT, right? Even if based off of a prompt, even if your brand is mentioned on our site on the first answer, let's say you're looking for a chair, I don't know, right? What's the best chair for like back pain? And your brand is mentioned first. Well, what happens if people click it, right? Excuse me. They go to your site to buy the chair, and it takes 10 seconds to load. Well, I can assure you most people are just going to click off and say, and click the second citation or just prompt it again or just quit overall. So this is how important stuff like technical SEO is. It's because if you don't do it, all the work you did on the 2 other fronts, it's kind of pointless, okay? Schema markup as well, like the stuff that I just showed, for example, for Dallas Plumber, right? Dallas Plumber right here. Well, a simple thing, where is it? A simple thing just like having a little star rating right here, this right here, can make a whole difference. Even if, let's say these guys are ranking first, second, you're ranking third, right? Even if you're ranking third, your CTR, your click-through rate right here, could be higher than this and this one, just because you have a small thing that attracts people's eyes, like this schema markup code. So technical SEO and schema in specific can help you fight a different fight. Let's say you've tried everything to push to the first and second, you can't. It's hard, you can't really move up the rankings, not sure why, right? Well, a simple way to win the click is just to add this right here. And there's a bunch of other schemas, right? There's also a schema that allows you to have an image right here. Let me see if I can find it right here. So usually this is an ad, of course. Usually ads all have them, but you can have this organically. You can have an image like this organically for free with schema. Okay, I forget which one it is. Maybe I can look for it here. I can find it later, but there's a schema that allows you to have the images that usually only ads have on organic search. So just imagine, yeah, sure, you're ranking third, but you have more pixels, okay, because having this right here makes your result become bigger. You have a different color, a bunch of cool stars, and then you have like an image right here of your business. So people's eyes are instantly drawn to this. So yeah, sure, you can't rank first or second because you just can't go higher, but you're winning the click because you have so many elements on your result and improving the CTR that way. And this is all tied together, excuse me. CTR, right? If enough people actually click yours over these two, eventually these are all going to flip. So this is the importance of this stuff. This is the importance of schema markup, right? For stars, for whatever, right? Even for FAQs, for example, if I just go here and type in "can dogs eat strawberries," right? The guys who show up right here in these show up because they have FAQ schema on their pages. So how valuable could it be for you to show up right here? I think it's pretty valuable because this shows up above all these other results, right? So, excuse me. There you go. Hopefully this is making sense so far. Again, the meta tiles as well. So if I go here and type in again, let's just do the same Dallas Plumber one. This is a very bad example because why would you add more than, I think it's 60 words if nobody actually sees them? Google will automatically add these right here if you write it too long. So anything you write after this is just a waste of time, right? So this is a bad example. This is a good example, right? This is a good example. This is a so-so example. This is a bad example because awful. Just throw too much stuff that doesn't even show up. This is not a very good example because they don't address any pain points, right? They could just type in 24-hour plumber, right? 24-hour plumber, price matching, or I don't know. Yeah, sure. Voted the best plumber in Dallas is good, social proof, but how do I know it's true? Maybe just add a schema there, right? I prefer this one much more, right? Plumber and HVAC company, Dallas, Texas, Dallas Plumbing AC, or stuff like, let's see what else we have here. It's not really good. This is, I guess, decent top-rated plumbers. I'll just add 24-hour service because it might be wrong here, but one of the pain points of people who want a plumber, they want it right now. So if you do 24-hour service on your, there you go, like this one right here, could be a good idea, though this one is too long. So stuff like this, which is super boring, I know. A lot of you guys already left the live. It's very important, okay? Meta titles, meta descriptions, image alt text as well. And by the way, funny enough, Arvow does all this for you. If you just go to site optimizers, you create an optimizer, add your site, add your language, right? Add the pages you wanted to crawl, add the sitemap. What it does, it crawls your site, right? And however many pages you wanted to crawl, okay? And analyzes the page title and the descriptions, canonicals, alt text, schema, okay? And gives you suggestions on the things it thinks you should fix. Let me just give you an example. For example, right here, we have a /Squarespace page. Let me just open it right here. Arvow.com/Squarespace. Okay. Again, we're a software business. This is like a integration page. If you're a local business, you'd be like a location page. You'd be like if you're an e-commerce, it'd be like a product page. Doesn't matter, right? So this is a product page. Now, if we were to go here into Arvow and say, okay, our current meta title for this page is Squarespace AI Writer. Try free Arvow. Well, the AI suggests we change it to this. AI-powered SEO blog writer for Squarespace free trial Arvow. And then it gives you the reason why. This title is more descriptive and includes relevant keywords like AI-powered or SEO blog writer and Squarespace, which are likely search terms for users looking for SEO writing tools. It also emphasizes the free trial, which can attract clicks. So it gives you a suggestion based off of like the SEO optimization and also the CTR optimization. And if you agree with it, you hit apply, and the AI will just change it just like on your site. So it logs into your CMS and just change the whole thing. And I was just informed, guys, that we just made our first sale. That's pretty cool. Let's see. We made our first sale. Does it show up here? I just got a notification on my phone. So we made our first sale. Let me see if I can show you guys here the back end. Let's see. Hopefully I don't show you any sensitive info. Sales. Okay, it's not showing up here yet, but I did get an email. So yeah, we made our first sale, guys. Congrats to all of us. It's pretty cool. Hopefully I'll show you here once it comes in. Yeah, going back to what I was saying about the technical SEO. Yeah, this basically just suggests a bunch of stuff you should be changing. Again, all this stuff can be done manually, as I showed you. But why would you do it manually when you can just use AI to do it for you automatically? That's the whole point of this. Okay. So very important stuff right here. That's cool, Miguel says. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool too. I'm quite biased, but I think it's pretty cool too. So this is the technical SEO aspect of things. Again, very boring, a pain in the butt, but it has to be done, because if you don't do it, like, all your other work can be in vain. Okay. So yeah, I should have brought a water, but I didn't. Okay, we have the 10 minutes until the first guests come on. I still have quite a few things to talk about. Let me just open up here Slack real quick here to see if everything's going smoothly. Let's see. Okay, let me just share the live stream link with more people so they can all join. This is going to be recorded, guys, so don't worry. But still, I thank you for being here live. Let's keep going. Let me just answer a couple of questions right here. Okay. Okay, Miguel, go ahead. Yeah, give me the question. I also want to buy, but I need to make a question. Let's see here. Miguel asks for, let me just bring that question big fashion on screen. Miguel asks, let me just, okay. For a small agency with just a few clients, would tier 3 be enough for managing a few separate client projects, or is it just solo? So let's look at the tiers real quick here so we can evaluate your question. So so many tabs open, this becomes difficult. Okay, so where is it? For I mean, I'm not sure how much a few clients is. I would say this: take a look at the work you're currently doing manually for them, and think, okay, out of all this work that I'm doing manually, yes, I can keep on doing it manually, but most likely Arvow can automate the whole thing, right? Again, it's not a magic tool, but most likely can automate the whole thing. For all the clients I have right now, do I feel like, I mean, can you give me a number, like how many clients? Let's just run with let's say run with 5 clients. Okay, 5 active clients, right? Tier 3 gives you 10,000 credits, all these features. I mean, I guess what I'd say is you can see results with tier 3. I think it's more than enough to see results, which is the only thing that matters, results, right? I'm sure, not sure, I can be sure, but I think you can see results, which is basically the thing that matters with tier 3, because 10,000 credits allows you to do a lot of testing, which is very important, right? A lot of generation, allows you to use a lot of these different methods. So YouTube to blog, news generation, which, by the way, I'm not sure if you saw this, but this allows you to take YouTube videos and convert them into blog posts. And if I just go here to the case studies tab on our site, there was this French guy. Let me see if I can find him. Yeah, who basically just used this feature right here to convert videos into blog posts. So you can read through the case study if you want. What he did was he took a bunch. There should be a YouTube video right here. Why is not? Okay, there we go. What he did was just basically he took a bunch of YouTube videos, right, and using this feature right here, he converted them into blog posts. So he converted the medium of consumption from video to written format. On top of that, he converted the language from English to French, and you can watch it right here if you want. He grew to almost 6K a month in traffic just off of doing that. Point of me saying all this is that 10,000 credits is more than enough to test multiple methods, produce a lot of content, use the editor, use all this stuff to see results, just like all these guys did for their clients, be it ranking higher on the classic engines or dimensions or citations in LLMs, which I think, based off of how LLMs are developing, I think nowadays, if you start from zero, you're more likely to see that these numbers go up first and then these right here, which is super interesting and goes to show that this is true now more than ever. Okay, the stuff that I talked about in the beginning of the live, which I won't cover again. But yeah, hopefully this answers your question. So yeah, I think tier 3 is more than enough to get things going for a small agency. But does it allow for separate client accounts? The AppSumo deal does not allow for separate accounts. So let me just triple check that 1 second. And if you can do me a huge favor and just comment that on the questions, like that'll be amazing. If you could ask that on the questions, that'll be amazing. If not, no worries. But let me just triple check, because on the you can have like multiple workspaces right here. So you can have you can manage multiple clients and have a dedicated folder for each client. So that you can do, like this you can do with the AppSumo deal. You can have multiple workspaces. Okay. What you can't do is have multiple different clients logging into their accounts. So you're only going to have one account. There's no like sub-user accounts, right, on the AppSumo deal. But there is these, like you can organize your workspace and have folders for multiple clients. That you can do with the AppSumo deal. So yeah, that's hopefully that answers your question. What else? Okay, we have more questions. Let me just hide this, and hopefully this answers your question, man. What tools do you use for AI rank trackings? Well, that's a good question. And if you're asking about like tools I use for the prompt tracking, none, because they're all BS. Like nobody knows. Like if ChatGPT doesn't give you the data on what prompts people are searching for, all these tools that tell you, excuse me, hey, these many people search for this prompt and went to your site, are all lying, because it's literally not possible. Because with Google, like there's this stuff called Google Keyword Planner, which is a free tool from Google, where you can see you can see the search volume of a keyword. It tells you the search volume, so the monthly searches, and what the keyword is, right? This tells you, Google reveals you all the data. You know that the keyword how to tie a tie has this many thousand searches per month, and yeah, basically it. With OpenAI doesn't reveal how many people search for a certain prompt. I mean, maybe in the future they will, but right now they don't. So if you're asking about tools to tell me which prompts, the prompt tracking, I don't use any because they're BS. I do use Ahrefs for just for this, for the for having a little glimpse on what how my citations are doing. Now, better than this even is what I talked in the beginning of the live, is just using Google Analytics, right? Because this right here, we use PostHog, but this is Google, this is PostHog. When someone clicks a link on ChatGPT, right, they're tagged with this right here, the UTM. Let me just open this right here with the UTM code, UTM source ChatGPT. So you know, if you're using any analytics tool, be it the free ones like Google Analytics, right? You know who came from ChatGPT. So this is what I rely on for that. Hopefully this answers your question. So it's Ahrefs for this, for having a little notion of what's happening, and Google Analytics free, and PostHog a paid one to track the actual how it's growing. But in terms of the actual prompts, nothing, because it's all lies. Yeah, I think I answered this, Miguel. It allows for folders. So this stuff right here, it doesn't allow for different clients to log in. So your clients won't have like a login details to log in and see this. They won't be able to log in right here. Okay, but you'll be able to manage their accounts. If that makes sense. Let me know if that makes sense, please. Another question from Glover. I have seen you speaking about blog post ranking on ChatGPT or other. Did you ever rank any products of e-commerce or collection pages? So yes, I don't have a e-commerce store. I have a software business, but we have a bunch of people who have e-commerce stores who've done so. And let me just show you first a couple of results. Where is it? So the first one is this e-commerce store. They sell excavators for kids. It's a bit of a weird niche. As you can see here, there's a bunch of mentions and citations on these LLMs. These guys sell yoga mats. Okay, so there you go. You can see the citations right here. A bunch on Perplexity, a bunch on Gemini, a bunch on GPT. So we have a few results from, there you go, supplement power company. So there you go, boom, boom. So we have a bunch of results from e-commerce stores. Now, granted, I don't own an e-commerce store, but I've worked closely with these guys, and all they're doing, which is what I talked in the beginning of the live, not sure if you were here or not, but I can just run you through it real quick here. I'll show you an example of if I were an e-commerce store, here's what I'll do. Go to your product pages, okay, and be hyper specific on the stuff you sell and why you sell it. For example, these guys sell like gardening beds, okay. But the page doesn't just stop here. I know this is not a collection page, and most times collection pages won't rank unless it's like if it's just a page like this with a bunch of products and nothing else. Most likely this won't rank. You have to add more context on why is this collection valuable for XYZ? What pain point does it solve, right? Why did we make this a collection? But like, give it more context. Because if it's just like this, well, the AI has not enough context to. There's not enough meat on the bone for the AI to show anything to people because there's no context. So if it's just like this, no. But if it's a proper one with a lot of context, it will. And here's an example on an actual product page, and you can apply the same principles these guys apply to product pages to collection pages, which is stuff like this. Hey, this garden bed, which is what we sell, is made out of this material. It's made out of non-toxic USDA-approved paint. It's made out of thick, ultra-durable steel. So going over the material breakdown, because again, when you're on GPT, it's like a conversation, it's like a funnel. You prompt it with something, gives you an answer. You prompt it again, give you an answer, and people can be saying stuff like, "Hey, I bought a wooden garden bed last year. The rain messed it all up. Is there any materials that you recommend that can sustain the weather?" And you can say stuff like, "Yeah, sure, you can use metal." Then you say, "Yeah, sure, but I've heard metal as these." Usually is painted with this toxic paint that then the paint goes into the soil and then goes into the plants, and then you're eating like chemicals. Do you have any brands that maybe can combat that? And you can say, yeah, sure. There's this brand called Epic Gardening that actually sells non-toxic USDA approved paint garden beds. There you go. But I spoke about this in a bit more depth in the beginning of the live. You can just scroll back to watch it. But that's basically how I do it. Okay, more people coming in. Great webinar so far, Vasco. I gotta run now. We'll be back later for sure. Thanks, man. Thank you for hopping on. Really appreciate it. Miguel says, great. Hopefully it was valuable to answer your question. Ghana Gaming says, can you share live ranking terms? Sure. Sure, I can share right now. Let me just, okay, we have to, these guys are coming on. Give me a second before I call them on. I'll just show you some live ranking terms for sure. I could just open Arvow. Why not? What else we have here? Organic rate keywords. What do you rank for on Google for Arvow? Let's see. It's taking a while to load. Not sure why. So this is a good example because we still rank for our brand name, and it's a bad thing, right? It's a bad thing for a couple of reasons. First, because it's an old brand name. We are not called Journalist AI anymore. And because this brand name was awful, because it didn't told people, what we did. It was super confusing. People thought we were like a journaling AI tool, which we're not. So there you go. We rank for AI writer, SEO writer, which is a high buying intent keyword, right? Which I'll talk about later on about buying intent. Yeah, there you go. You can just use Ahrefs to see. Hopefully this answers your question. Not too sure if this is what we want to see. Okay, so let's say I published the blog and then I want to see it's visible in Google and ranked or not. How do I do that? So let's say I publish a blog and then I want to see if it's visible in Google. I mean, a tool like Ahrefs can do that, right? You can just paste in the URL right here and see if it's actually, first thing you can just do this, like take it in, do site column. It's not showing. Is it showing? Not showing. Jesus, you can just do, let me just go here. You can just do site column and then the URL. Okay, this is the way to see if it's in indexed. Okay, if it's indexed, it'll show something like this. Site, boom. Or at least this is not indexed, bad example. But our homepage is, boom, there you go, it's indexed. And then just use something like Ahrefs to see the ranking. So put in your domain right here, right? Go to top pages, and you can just see the pages on your site that get the most traffic. So you can see if the blog post is actually performing. That's basically, it's quite straightforward. Yeah. Now we are going to bring on our very first guests. Let me see if they're here in the private room. Daryl's here. Okay. Let me just see if it's first time using this. So how do I let them in? Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay. Probably should have checked this earlier, but I'll let them in. Move backstage. There you go. And move backstage. And hopefully we are all here at the stage. Welcome, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourselves?
Yeah, doing very well, thank you.
Amazing. So, guys, we have how many people we have here right now? We have not many people, but regardless, this will be recorded. So, yeah, guys, we have Daryl and is it Jabez? Jabez? How do I? Oh, I don't think I can hear you. Is it?
Your mic's not running. It's Jabez.
Jabez. Okay, cool.
Jabez,
So
yeah.
these guys own a pretty big, I think, SEO agency, and so I wanted to bring them on so they could just talk a bit about what they're seeing for their clients right now, like what's working, what's not working, and also I think it's pretty cool that they go over some of the internal work and the management of their clients. So yeah, just guys, let me just put this in a I think like this is good. You guys want to share your screen or what you guys want to do?
I'm happy just to chat, I think, if that's all right. So I can briefly introduce the agency. So we've been going now for about 5 years. I believe Jabez started the agency. I joined, partnered up with him about 2 years ago. We've been running mostly for link building originally is how we started out, and we've gradually kind of morphed into doing more full service as well in that time. But we're still very much heavily focused on the link side. We're definitely getting more heavily focused on AI now, for sure. At the moment, that seems to be the hot topic and something that we've been doing a lot of testing and playing around with recently. But yeah, we operate with most of our clients are, I'd say, about 70% are probably agencies that we work with. We're on a white label basis, and so we're supplying services that's kind of fit in with what they're doing. The rest of our clients are direct clients. We work internationally. Most of our clients are US, UK, Australia are the kind of core markets we've got. We do a whole range of different clients as well. We work with clients in the service-based industries, are quite a common one for us, but we do SaaS as well. Legal firms are a really common one for us. Pretty much I think covers that.
It's pretty cool. I guess I have a question just to start with, because I've been looking for this. Is there any tool you guys found to like fully automate link building? Because I haven't found it yet. I don't think it's quite possible just yet. Do you guys use anything like in your workflows for automating link building, or like how's that been going for you guys?
Can you guys hear me yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, go for it. That's definitely your question.
So for automations, one tool for automation, no, that's not possible. And it's possible if you want spammy links, but if you want to have your checks in, you need to combine multiple links, multiple tools. So recently what we did, we hired a automations expert. So the first thing was to lay out our entire SOP, explain him the whole process. Then we told him, it had to be as detailed as possible, how we are finding prospects, how we are finding emails, how we are finding, how we are negotiating, how we are doing quality checks, everything in different pillars were explained to him. And then he basically pieced it all together using N8N and different automation tools. We use multiple AIs like Firecrawl for crawling. What's the other one? We use, there's an API for, it's called Data for SEO API.
Yeah, we use the same one.
Yeah. Data. We tried getting for, ideally we would want Ahrefs API, but it's super expensive. It just does not make sense. So the best alternative was Data for SEO. So we piece it all together, and that kind of speeds things up, but it's still not fully like automated. The team has to, look into what's happening, jump into. We are trying to still bring it to a level where at least first round of negotiations are done by the system itself after checking various, terms and conditions. But to answer your point, that is it fully automated? No, it's not fully automated.
Yeah, I figured. I guess still on that point, which tool you guys trust the most for metrics? Because there's Ahrefs, there's Moz, there's SEMrush. I personally trust Ahrefs the most, but I'm curious to see what you guys use for tracking, or if you use multiple ones.
Earlier, I think when we started 8 years ago, it was Moz. then it was a slow transition, painful transition to Ahrefs, and then having to educate everyone that, hey, now stick to Ahrefs metrics. But I think time to time we still get clients who want SEMrush metrics. They want trust, what's that called, Majestic stats as well. So we have those tools for just for a handful of clients who just want those features as well. But personally, we just try to stick as much as possible to Ahrefs. Even Ahrefs stacks keeps changing here and there. Especially when you are checking in batch analysis, then you go to Site Explorer. Then if you're using the Ahrefs toolbar, there will be different stats many times across the same site, but through different channels. But that's what we are left with, and we have to just stick with one instead of trying to explain all the tools to our clients. It just gets so much confusing.
Yeah, true. And the thing is that I'm sure you guys don't do it as well, like blindly trust Ahrefs, because nowadays you can just go on Fiverr and just buy for $5 to just increase your domain rating by like 50 points. So
absolutely.
Yeah. And we see that more common than ever.
Yeah. And it becomes kind of a bit painful and sometimes annoying as well, where clients would just want to stick with the DA or DR stats instead of looking at the quality of sites. For example, if you're doing link building in hyper niche locations, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the pool of sites, like country or region specific sites, it's really small. And after all these updates in the past 2 years, where info sites were hammered, the pool became even smaller. Then to get sites that are high DR and 1,000 plus traffic, it's highly unlikely. It's very, very difficult. So you got to stick with, lower stats. But then, clients just want to have what they think it's the standard 1,000 plus traffic or DR 40, 50, 60 plus. It's just sometimes unrealistic expectations to get.
Yeah, 100%. I guess we have a question here from, can you guys see the question? I think this is for you guys. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that the last one? What is average cost of backlinks to consider versus quality? Also, let's be clear, if we reach out to sites which are not on marketplace sites, how are you able to get the response? Funny enough, Daryl and I were discussing about this whole pricing thing as well today. And there's no fixed way of fixing an average cost of a link, because end of the day it all depends on the webmaster. For a DR20 site, sometimes a webmaster can charge us $300 for no reason. There will be no reasons. It all depends on the webmaster's mood or whoever paid him the highest, and then from the next day he decides, okay, my lowest price will be X amount. So we try as much as possible to negotiate and bring links down. And this is just for our internal teams' negotiation skills. We tell them, okay, if the link is in DR 40 to 50 range and has 5,000 plus traffic, let's negotiate to bring them down between $80 to $140 or maybe $80 to $120 and so on. So if it's 50 to 60 plus, then you move the bracket to 100 to 150. But that still does not give you a fixed mark. Okay, this is what we will pay for DR 50 site or DR 60 site. And then sometimes we do accept links, as I said, if it's hyper niche or local site, even with low traffic, but it's really local and has good quality. We are happy to pay them, $50, $100 or $200 if it's really adding the local relevance to our client.
Yeah. Oh, he has another question right here. I guess I'll just post this as well. I guess I can help this as well. Like most of the sites you reach out to, people just won't answer, right? That's just the truth of it. Like most people just will ignore your message. A lot of people nowadays have like spam filters where if you mention the word backlink, it just goes straight to spam. Sure. So, right. So you got to be smart about how you reach out, right?
Right. So if answering to your question of how we reach out, we use there are these tools where you can dump your template first to highlight any spammy words. Obviously, words like link, guest post, niche edits, these get highlighted straight away. So in our templates, we never ever use the word guest post or sponsored article. we have to use abbreviations, or I think we start with something like, what are your rates for collaborations, something like that, because then they start replying. And then to answer this person's question, especially when I reach out to sites from Content Explorer of Ahrefs using DR30 and 100 plus traffic, I rarely see a response. Yeah, so you got to be creative in your approach. If it's straight up asking them, hey, how much you charge for guest posts, it's going to the spam folder, or it gets archived right away or gets deleted right away. So you got to reach out in a way that you are legit. You should look, first of all, just like to get a response, there are so many pointers to look forward to. Which domain you're using for your outreach? What are your profile names, profile photos? Are you coming across as a proper legit business? Then you need to work on your template. Is your template straight away spammy, or are you coming across as someone who wants to do genuine business and got to pay properly? Because a lot of, first of all, we used to get emails from outreach managers who would just want links for free. Like, hey, here's a guest post I want to publish for free. Then they figured out, okay, I need to pay. So then they started paying $10 or $20. That's another reason why, even if you offer money, webmasters will not even reply. You got to be clear that, okay, I'm here as a proper business, willing to pay a decent amount of money or decent fee for your, guest post or for your link insertions. That's when you start getting reply.
Yeah, I agree. There's also, maybe you guys do this, one link building strategy I found like a couple years back was to go on Google and look for like charities in my niche, like for example, dog charities, whatever, right? They usually have like these sections on their sites where it's like sponsors. And usually they link out to people. If you pay them, if you donate a couple of money to them, they list you as a sponsor. So it's a pretty easy way to get a hyper relevant link, and also a very powerful link, and also helping charity. So doing like charity type links, not sure if you guys do those or not. It's been a great way to find super high relevant links at a decent price and for a good cause. It's pretty cool.
We have multiple channels of building links for our own projects. We can't offer it as a service to clients. We train some of our clients, higher end clients, we train the internal teams to set up multiple channels of link building because it's hard to scale. For example, there's image link building technique where you create your own stock images, you spread it across Unsplash, Pexels, Pixabay, and then you leave them to get used by other bloggers. Wait for 6-7 months. Once they start using your images, you reach out to them and request them in a nice way that if they are willing to give a link in return. So that way you get free links, and the pool only gets bigger each month. There are charity links. You can do sponsorship for events as well. The good thing with sponsorship links, and also testimonial links, where you reach out to various tools and give them testimonials. The good thing with these two techniques is that you can get homepage links, like from the homepage, because these are placed on the homepage. So that becomes really powerful, relevant links for your site. And in most cases, you don't have to pay.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of other techniques that you just have to be, you have to put a lot of resources into building that. So yeah, it's best to train your in-house team to do that.
It's pretty cool that you guys actually go out and train the teams. That's very valuable. I guess maybe a question for Daryl then. What's the process like? How do you guys go in and get the clients and then go into their apply your thought process into their systems? Like, how do you train the team? Is it something that you guys do often? How does that all work? So yeah, it's super interesting.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, it depends on the client. So if it's an agency, they might have specific requirements. So we're obviously going to try and find that out up front as quick as we can and implement that in the team. If it's more direct clients, that process is, for us, we're quite flexible in that sense. I think we're always trying to understand what the client's looking for as specifically as we can, in order to keep them, obviously get them the results they're looking for and keep them happy at the same time. So we're really, just trying to understand that. And then once we've got that, we then work through with our team and make sure they're fully up to speed. We do allow our team to communicate directly with the clients as well, which I think helps a lot. So we're always trying to get feedback from them if they're not just to make sure that we're offering them exactly what they want in that process. So I think that helps. And in terms of getting those clients, I think a lot of our marketing is focused on that. We do pre-approval on all sites, so our clients are always able to review the websites first. So we build a lot of trust with that. So that makes it a lot easier for us when we reach out. I think compared to some of the bigger agencies that we're sort of our competitors, that a lot of those will tend to just sell a package and then you get what you get. So that gives us a kind of a competitive advantage on that as well. So there's a lot of trust, I think, between us and our clients because of that, and obviously the understanding that we want to work it in a system that works best for them.
Yeah. I guess most agencies out there just don't reveal the sites or the domains before, beforehand. So that's pretty cool. You guys do that as well. Not as well, but pretty cool. You guys do it. I guess another question I have is just, I'm curious, like, you guys been running this agency since 2017, right? So it's been a long time. Like, what have been like the major differences like in client behavior like since then? Because I know that like this year at least, every client was like mad and like, how are things back then compared to how are things now?
I think back then the clients were very uneducated at the time, so it was a bit Wild West. And I think a lot of the link builders didn't quite understand what they were offering at the same time. So that changed a lot. It used to be a lot more of clients just looking for links here and there. And what I think changed quite rapidly was now I think the education piece has come in, that most clients are looking for a batch amount per month, or usually they have some sort of budget on a monthly basis for most of the clients we're dealing with. So that's definitely changed. Like we tended to sell more individually and interestingly now marketplaces seem to have come back again. So it was marketplaces style original, then it became monthly services was the main, I think became the main piece of that until about, I'd say the last year or two, maybe. It's now seems to be gone back to people seem to want to choose again from marketplaces. And I think that's probably because the trust is pretty low with a lot of the agencies out there. And again, that's where we did that. I think the pre-approval from us is pretty key because the trust factor, I'd say, is kind of done this curve, I would say, over the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, true.
Adding to that was what Daryl said, that I think 8 years ago there were less influencers educating and being on social media and YouTube. Now there are more influencers. So I think especially for Daryl, half of the initial client calls go into just re-educating them or uneducating them because everyone comes with, oh, this influencer said that and that influencer said that, and so we need high DR to boost our site and we need high traffic and this and that. So I think half of our time now goes just more into uneducating first and then setting the right foundations. Whereas back in the day, like it used to be, okay, one person said this and then it will take us lesser time to get the foundations correct with them. But just now, especially with AIO and ChatGPT and various other things coming in, and everyone is giving so many advices, just getting the right expectations from the get-go, that's what takes time to get it right with clients.
Yeah, I might be at fault of that as well in my YouTube videos, but I always try to say, listen, this is what works for me. So it might not work for you. But yeah, I guess, how do you guys answer the most common question, which is, how many links do I need to rank first? How do you guys answer that?
I usually handle that as we're clear on the expectations that it should be seen as the whole of SEO is an investment into your business. So you're looking across a longer time horizon than, say, paid ads, right? So we focus on that. We are able to do audits. I can do competitor analysis that does give a good idea of how long, based on their budget, it's going to take to reach where their competitors are. So we can give that as an indication, which helps us kind of give them a picture of where they'll be, how long it's going to take them to get to that stage. That helps us upsell quite often. More often than not, it kind of educates them on what their budget should be to be realistic. So we kind of focus on that. in terms of the rankings. And yeah, obviously it is always that golden question that everyone would love a direct answer to. But yeah, that we are always, I think the most important thing is to be transparent. But at the same time, yeah, if you can give data to kind of back up, which we do, we'll use Ahrefs reports and pull out what backlinks they've got on the main key terms that they're trying to rank for, and that gives us like the kind of top end. And then we explain to the client, we'll look for low hanging fruit in the meantime. So if you've got these big terms you're going after, they're your long-term goals, but we'll look for low-hanging fruit that could get them some traffic early on that are perhaps being missed by their competitors. There's not so much in the way of competition with the links, that kind of stuff. So we do that to try and we want to get quick wins early on. So we do make the client aware of that's our goal at the start, and we just keep them informed as we go along. That I find that helps a lot to try and overcome that.
Yeah, makes sense.
And also audits help. We do competitor analysis audits. So it gives them the gap that's there between them and the competitors that are ahead of them. But at the same time, we need to explain them a clear expectation that needs to be there. Links just won't move the needle. It will help move the needle, but you need to put in proper quality content as well on your site as well. So there needs to be consistent balance between links, your content, and also making sure all the technical aspects are in place. And then month on month, we track the keywords, their rankings, and show them, okay, this is how the movements are going. Now it's not totally up to you if you want to speed this up or you want to go on the same slow or steady pace. So at least instead of telling a client that, okay, you need 100 links to reach spot 1, we tell them, okay, let's start with X amount of links to start moving the needle, and then we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I was about to ask that about like clients who feel like they just need links. Like you don't just need links, you need links, content, brands.
Yeah.
Technically, like if your site is super slow, well, ranking first is going to be quite pointless, right? People are just going to click off. So yeah, it's like a holistic thing, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, once we've had cases, and there's one classic case where we had a client, and this was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and he had a lot. So he was running an affiliate site, and he started ranking really well for a couple of keywords, and he just hammered a lot of links for his top 2-3 pages that were driving a lot of sales for him. And he went very heavy on the anchor text. He was going very targeted, best XYZ product. Like he was ordering in bulk, good business for us, but it was taking time long. We messaged him many times that, hey, this is not a good strategy. You need to change your anchors. You need to diversify, because in the long run, you will, trigger a penalty. But he didn't listen. And after 2-3 months, his site got hit by a penalty. And we lost our business there. But we try our best to keep our clients' profiles, clients' strategies as safe as possible, especially link building strategies, because you can really, if you mess that up and you go very aggressive in building links, and if you're building links the wrong way in terms of being very aggressive with your anchors or driving all links to 1 or 2 pages, sooner or later, Google can track that, and in some way it can, hand you a penalty.
Yeah, I've seen it happen too many times, like people over-optimizing or building like shitty links. I was going to say PBN links, but PBN links have a bad rep. They can work, right? They can also not work.
Certain niches for sure.
Yeah.
Like in iGaming, you can't do without PBNs.
Yeah, exactly. But I guess one final question I have, is how do you guys call it? AI SEO, GEO, AEO? Like, what's your take on that?
It's been changing by the minute for me.
It's the SEO rainbow.
Exactly. It is like a spectrum.
AEO for me seems to become my favorite, but yeah, we'll see. It changes. Depends who I'm talking to. Everyone's got a different idea.
It changes at every conference. SEO conference.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It changes so much that like we do like multiple weekly videos that with the videos I want to target like specific keywords, and I do like LLM SEO, AIO, GEO, AI SEO. Like I try to like do all these different terms. I think as a community we're still like trying to figure out which is the best term. So I guess we'll see.
Got a couple more years, I think, before we know.
Yeah, from my end, so all my questions. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, let me know. Fire away.
I mean, just adding to what you just asked, especially now, there's so much craze happening with AI. We need optimization for AIO, LLM, GEO, and I don't know, so many other different terms coming. I think overall, the strategy still remains doing the 80-20 of decent SEO. Write good content, get your what we are doing, focusing right now is entity stacking, is get your brand out on as many platforms as possible with good reviews and good variations of your review. Like let's say if you, for example, you are running a AI content app, so I would do a lot of reviews from different angles. Best AI writing apps for X niche, best writing AI overview apps for Y niche, and just do a lot of stacking it on different platforms in different angles. And that should help your growth in multiple ways, not just on Google, but in various LLMs as well. But instead of trying to overcomplicate the strategy right now, how I need a different strategy for AIO, I need a different strategy for ChatGPT, and then for Gemini, do the 80-20, which is good content and good coverage across different platforms.
100%. I agree with you. And we see this, like if you go on ChatGPT nowadays, like the citations are Reddit, Facebook, YouTube, like it's all over the place. You need to be all over the place as well. Like a syndicate, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. And so just have a steady plan there and don't overcomplicate things.
Cool. I guess we have like a final question for you guys about linking, and just put it on screen right now.
So there are a lot of players out there that will do that, where they'll switch do follow links to no follows. The good news is what Google announced, I don't know, a few years ago, I think it was now, that they don't necessarily always take note of a no follow backlink in there. But yeah, something you should definitely track. We have myself and Jabez have a tool, link validator, which you can check out, which tracks this to keep an eye on this. So I'd recommend something like a tool like that, or just having a spreadsheet and keeping an eye on it yourself to do so, because it does happen. Like we do keep a track on it, and we will go and get that corrected for clients when it happens. So yeah, it's definitely worth looking at. The positive is for the people that do track that, that's a good thing, in that if they are getting taken down steadily over time, then your competitors, if they're not looking, maybe dropping off, which is only going to help you in the long term.
And one trick that we use is when you are finalizing link order details with any website, send them a list of agreements. So when you are asking them, okay, send me the payment invoice, and we send them a list of pointers that, okay, this is what we agree on. This is going to be a permanent link. There's going to be a do follow link. This won't be taken down, and this needs to be indexed. And any other little criteria that you can remember. Just have 4 or 5 or as many things that you can remember. That way, if ever your link is taken down or made into no follow, you can just take a screenshot of that email and then file for a PayPal dispute. This way we are able to, as Daryl shared, we have a tool, so we are able to track any changes. And if there are any changes and webmaster is not able to fix it, we just file for a PayPal dispute and get it fixed.
Cool. Guys, I'll drop the agency link here on the chat so everyone can see that's live, and anyone who actually watches the replay after, if you want to grab some links, talk with these guys. And yeah, thank you for hopping on. Really appreciate you guys. Any last words? If not, I'll just keep on going.
Cheers. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Appreciate that.
Thanks.
All right. Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Now, how do I kick you out? Okay, there you go. All right. Now, guys, we have a very special guest right now. We're all waiting for him. Let's see if I can add him here to the live, because a very special guest is joining. Jeez. Okay, there you go. Move to backstage. And we have Afonso. There you go.
Oh, hello.
Hello. A very special guest, Afonso.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Afonso, a
Yeah.
very special guest. Me and Afonso started Arvow together 2 years ago, and now we're launching it on AppSumo, so it's a pretty big
Yes.
deal for us. And yeah, Afonso built the whole thing. He's the brains, the mastermind behind the whole product. So I figured I'd bring him on here just to talk a bit about like how we built it, like the struggles. I have a few questions, and I guess I'll just let you introduce yourself and go off for a bit before I ask you some questions. So, Afonso, welcome.
Yeah. Hello, guys. I'm Afonso. I'm the technical co-founder here. Me and Vasco started this about 2.5 years ago, I think, here in Bali, which is where I am right now. That's why it's like midnight here. Um, but I'm still with energy, so let's do this. So Arvo started out as a very simple SEO article generator. Um, like a very, very simple, you put in a keyword, we pull in data from a lot of SEO tools, and we used AI, used around GPT 3.5 at the time to do the articles, and that's how we started. It used to be a very, very simple product, but then we evolved as more people started asking for more features. We started having digital marketing agencies as clients as well, and they have a lot of processes. So we try to make it a platform, not just a tool. And that's what we have now, Arvo. We've since then added a bunch of features. For example, our most powerful, I think, is the internal linking, where you can connect your entire website and it will scan all your pages to find the most appropriate to link to the article that you're generating. We also have added custom templates so that you're not stuck with our default templates. With custom templates, you can basically instruct the AI to do pretty much everything, and you still have the benefits of connecting your knowledge base and creating a tailored SEO article. I think one of the really cool things about Arvo is that we integrate with pretty much all the most common CMS systems, so the content management systems. For example, WordPress, Wix, Webflow. So this is very important because as you're generating content, you want to publish it straight to your website. You don't want to be copying stuff out, copying the images, copying the meta description, whatever. Especially with WordPress, you have all these plugins that you need to integrate with whatever you're writing. So we take care of all of that. And this is very useful when you're generating an article. You can just click on a button and publish to your website. You can even automate it. So this makes automation possible. So that was a very cool feature that's we built. It's called Autoblog, and it helps a lot, especially digital marketing agencies. They have a lot of clients. They want to automate, maybe do a post each 3 days or post each week. So they can do that. Even business owners can just turn on the Autoblog and go and do other stuff while it's working in the background. So the integrations was very hard to do because there's a lot of things that can go wrong with all the, you know, quirks of WordPress and Webflow and whatnot. But we've worked on it a lot, and I'm glad to say that it works pretty much flawlessly now. And then the other piece of automation that's very important is where do you get the content ideas from, right? So you can produce the content, you can publish it through our integrations, but then how do you, uh, you know, get the content ideas and how do you make that automated? So that's the feature that we worked on. That's called feeds, which also a lot of digital marketing agents use. And it was also a bit challenging to create these feeds. So the feed is basically a list of ideas that you can then set up with the Autoblog. And the feeds can be targeted towards certain keyword clusters or certain stories. So, for example, if you want to target, I don't know, Bitcoin news, you can do that. Or if you want to connect it to your YouTube channel so that whenever you create a video, it generates content about it. So feeds is what feeds content into your Autoblog. And the most important feed, the one that was hardest to make, is the keyword feed. It pulls in a lot of SEO data from a lot of
SEO tools. We've tried it very hard not to make it like very easy to use. So we just ask you the URLs, some keyword seeds, competitors, and we try to do pretty much everything through AI and integration with a couple of SEO tools in the background. Yeah, this was particularly hard to make, the keyword feed, because it has to know about everything to make, because it's so easy to set up, right? So it has to be very intelligent about what you're trying to do. But we've made it in such a way that it is, and people are happy with it. Yeah, and it works really nice. Is my time's up, or can I talk a little bit more?
No,
Now
you
I'm getting
keep on going.
okay.
Keep on going.
I was getting tired because it's midnight, but now I'm getting excited. Okay. Yeah. So other cool features that we've created is I think the knowledge base. So when you're generating content with AI, one thing that you need it to have is some knowledge of your business, or some knowledge of some knowledge of whatever is going on with your website or your current thing, right? And if you don't have that knowledge, then it's just a generic AI SEO article, and then it's boring. But our knowledge base allows you to upload a lot of content, so you can connect your website, you can put text, and you can put a lot of information, so that when you're generating the articles, it knows all about all these things. And then it pulls from the knowledge base, it pulls from the internal linking, it pulls from the keyword clusters that we do analysis on, and it pulls in all this information to create a very specific SEO article for your business. So this knowledge base, it was not that hard to make, to be honest, but it's very, very useful. So yeah, that was one of the first features that we introduced, because yeah, people have already their website, their content, and things that they want to include. So for example, if you have information about your business, about your services and whatnot, you don't want to tell it all over and over again, right? As you do to ChatGPT or whatever. You want it to already know about everything and be updated. So this knowledge base also updates live. That's very interesting. So it scans your website on a daily basis to gather all the pages and get all the contents and any updates and information. So the knowledge base is available on all on the SEO article templates and on the custom templates. On the custom templates, especially useful if you want a very fine-grained article and you want to control everything. On the custom templates, you can pull in the knowledge base and tell it specifically what to do, and it will understand everything. So that's nice. Yeah. And then I think the one that I'm most proud to have created is the AI SEO editor. So this is a very handy tool that allows you to either pull an existing article from your website or edit the ones that we've generated. Because a lot of people, they don't want to automate everything. They want to generate, but then they want to add their secret sauce. They want to do some manual edits. And so we've created the AI SEO editor to fill that gap. And we try to put as much AI in it as possible to augment people's work, so that it's not just a word editor. It's actually something useful that uses AI to help you out. So if we also have this AI assistant that you can chat with, ask things, and ask for it to edit things in the documents. We're still working on it, but it can already do pretty cool things. So yeah, this is the ISO editor. I think it was one of the hardest things to make, because there's just so many nuances to text and technical stuff, but a bit hard. And that's pretty much it. And then I think, or is it up, or I have one more
No,
minute?
go ahead. Keep going. Yes.
Okay. I'm very proud to have built this. We have a thing called a site optimizer. So we've realized that a lot of people just want to optimize their website, and maybe they don't have time to go on the admin panel of their website and change all the little things. They just want a quick, dirty fix for now, which is perfectly fine. You know, you don't need to. I mean, you can do it the way that takes more time, which is to study everything properly, to edit, blah, blah, blah. Or you can use kind of a shortcut, which is what Site Optimizer is, which it scans your entire website, all the pages, and then with AI and SEO analytics, it tries to figure out optimizations that it can make. And then if you place a snippet, it's like a JavaScript code into your web page, it'll update as that page is rendering, it'll update it live so that the search engines can also see it, and it will do optimizations to the HTML code basically. So it's basically technical SEO. So you have things, for example, to optimize the page title, the meta description, the canonical link URLs, make sure that the images have the alt text. So this one is very tricky to make, very, very tricky, because we need to make sure that the changes are rendered when this are rendered way early in the process of the search engine indexing your website, because if the optimization is only, if they take a little bit of seconds to render, then they're not good. But if it's so seamless, then it's like it's part of your website. Story short, it works like a magic pill, but it's like a shortcut. So if you, for example, if you're a marketing agency and you just want to fix your clients' websites immediately, just like give a little boost, you put it on the site optimizer. Yeah, site optimizer is super hard to make. A lot of issues with scraping and Cloudflare things. Because always people are blocking our scrapers, and so it's very hard to make sure that we go that it's seamless, that that has no hiccups. And I think that's pretty much it. I mean, it was very nice to create a product. I have a lot of love for this baby, and that's it.
Yeah, no, it's really pretty cool, pretty insightful. It's been a long journey of 2.5 years. So, like when we started way back when, called journalist.cafe, as you said, it was like a super simple product. It's grown a lot. It's cool to see. Yeah. I have a question. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, no, I just want to tell people that we started out as journalist.cafe as a joke. We had this domain .cafe as a joke, but then it started working out, and then we had to get the .com. But it was so fun. In the beginning, it was called journalist.cafe. Yeah, there you go.
Let's see.
Is it journalist? Yeah. Journalist.cafe.
While this loads, I guess, Miguel, you're asking, is the site optimizer included in the AppSumo deal?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. Wow. Beautiful.
So ugly. Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, and we had the Hindi flag. Look, we translated the entire website to Hindi to see if it would, help us out. I don't think it works on the Wayback Machine, but we had the entire app translated to Hindi, and then we figured out it was not that good of an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Simple times.
Is the site optimizer included in AppSumo deal? Not sure.
No, it's not. It's not. No. It is not. I
mean, you do get credits. You do get credits that you can use on the site optimizer, but to unlock it, I think you need one of the plans, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive that's it. But yeah.
But the
That-
AppSumo gives you the credits, and you can use the credits for all the features, and they never expire.
Just a quick questions, I guess. What's the like as a developer, like building Arvow, what's the North Star metric you optimize for? I think I know the answer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it is like uptime, or I guess no breakage. But
What's the metric I optimize? Well, I mean, yeah, one of them is 100% uptime, right? Because there's a lot of automations in place, so we want to make sure all the auto blogs, all the pipelines are working 100%. We don't want any hiccups. We want our clients sleeping, knowing that all their content is being generated and published to their website. So definitely, I think that's the main one. Yeah, and then I mean, it's not really a metric, but we do track the clients that are having success with it. We do have a bunch of case studies already. We do keep track of that. We have the other Afonso scanning out all the clients that are using our products and their successes. He's gonna talk about it, I think, later, right?
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Cool. And we have a lot of like customer requests for features they want us to build. How do you
Yeah.
prioritize and how do you decide which ones to build, which not to build? Like, how do you go about doing that?
Yeah. So I think we strive to keep things simple, because it's very easy to complicate. It's very easy to complicate Arvow unnecessarily. So we try to keep things as simple as possible. And we try to see if what people ask is, if it's needed for the rest of the clients. We try to make sense if it fits the whole content machine philosophy that we have. Yeah. I do think simplicity is the answer here. Like, we try to keep things super simple. We don't want to complicate, man. Like, you don't want to complicate things unnecessarily. At the end of the day, people just want to rank. So, try to make things simple. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I guess that's all from my end. If you have anything else you want to talk about, let me know. If not, I'll just bring on the other Afonso to speak about customer success and all that. So anything else you want to cover?
Well, no, I thought I was gonna be nervous, but it's actually pretty fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay.
It's nice. We have
Okay.
17 people here watching and many, many more in the replay. But yeah. Cool.
All right.
So yeah, I'll bring you on the other Afonso. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, we'll be in touch. See ya.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That was fun, guys. So right now, I'll bring on the second Afonso. Actually, let me show you who he is while I call him in. If you go to our site and you go to the About Us page, you'll see, where is it? The whole team. We're a small but very dedicated team. So now I'll bring you on Afonso Carvalho. We had to name him as Carvalho because it's his surname. It's a bit confusing if you are the same name. So let me bring him onto the live stream, guys. And by the way, we have 16 people here live. You guys could do me a huge favor and hit a like on the stream and just leave a comment saying where you guys are from. This would help me out push the stream to more people. So if you guys could do that, that'd be amazing. And now we have Carvalho right here. Welcome. Carvalho, how are you, man?
Thank you. Hello, Vasco. Hello, everyone. I'm good, thanks. I'm watching the live since you began.
Damn. Okay, so you've been here for like 2 hours and a half. Okay.
I was doing some other stuff, but I kept it on.
Cool. Good to hear. So, guys, yeah, Carvalho is the guy who, if you have any issues, you'll be in touch with him. If you have any successes, he'll be in touch with you as well to write case studies about you guys. So he's the front line for all customer support and customer success. So I felt like it was pretty cool to bring him on as a member of the team and speak about a bit about his day-to-day, what it takes to succeed as an Arvow customer, and a bunch more cool stuff. So Carvalho, I have a few questions, but if you just want to yap for a couple of minutes, go ahead. Yeah.
Absolutely. I can start by introducing myself. I don't know if any of you guys I've spoke with you. I know Marcus, for example. I've spoke a lot with Marcus. But yeah, my journey with Arvow started. I started out as a customer support. All right, my only job was to reply to tickets and try to solve issues. So in the beginning, I had to focus a lot on understanding the product and actually using the product and testing it and putting myself on the shoes of the customer and trying to actually use Arvow. Because that's also a very good way to like spot and to get a feel of the user experience and how the flows work for the users. So that was how I started out in Arvow. But then we started to realize that we had customers like actually seeing results, and like they cracked the way to actually increase traffic to their websites via AI generated content. And that's when I had to switch to not only being a customer support specialist, but to also being a customer success manager. And what does this mean? This means like acting like a genuinely interested person in making you succeed. All right. So from the moment that you subscribe Arvow, the first thing you see is a pop-up to schedule an onboarding. And usually in this type of calls, I not only introduce to people and tell them how to make their workflows possible, but I also give them like tailored guidance, because like when you watch, for example, an SEO video, like about something, right? It's not 100% tailored to your use case. So what I try to do in these calls with the customers is to actually understand what they're looking for, what their goals are, and then help them like tailor some sort of strategy for them to achieve them faster. And at some point with time, one of my other tasks is now tracking these successes, because there are a lot, and usually it's easier to get an email with a complaint than an email with like an appreciation, like, hey guys, we got these results, thank you so much, like we love the product. So I have to do a little bit of digging into the websites, the domains, and actually monitoring them on a regular basis to be able to track the successes like the ones you're seeing on the stream. Like it's impressive, because sometimes the client doesn't even have an idea that they're ranking like so fast or this much. Sometimes they use the product for like, I don't know, like 3 months, and they only start seeing these results like on the 4th month. Or you have, for example, a news blog, and you have an article that like completely pumps, and just like skyrockets the traffic. So you gotta pay attention to all these things, because the more case studies that we have, the more we know about what works and what doesn't work, and that way we can give better recommendations to the customers and to the users.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's pretty cool to see the journey. And again, guys, on this live stream, I want to give you guys value in terms of SEO and AI, but also give you a bit of a behind the scenes on how the team works, how the team's grown. And it's pretty cool to see Carvalho growing from a customer support rep to now a crucial team member in terms of success. And all the case studies you see right here, actually a lot of them, people didn't even realize they were actually achieving these results. It had to be Carvalho to tell, hey, listen, guys, here's a screenshot of your traffic. It's been increasing a whole lot. And crucial work here, crucial member of the team. So it's pretty cool to see. I guess a question I have, maybe it's a hard question to answer, is what common trait do you see for the Arvow user to see success? Is it like okay, they go to the onboarding call? Do the people that don't go to the onboarding call don't see results? Like, what does a classic Arvow customer that sees success, be it big or small, do once they log in and start using the product?
Awesome. Well, so actually I was checking today. This year I think I have over 400 calls with clients. So yeah, we can see some patterns here, but usually the user that has success, they come to the onboarding call, but they don't come to the onboarding call clueless. So they don't just wait until they have an onboarding call and hope that I give them like a miracle strategy, right? The users I see having like the biggest results, they already do some sort of like content creation for SEO, so they know what to do, okay? And they already have with some sort of a plan, all right? They were like, oh, I write articles about these, and these, and I just want to like automate it, you know? And when they already have a starting point, you know, that's not from zero, it's easier to see results. Of course, this is not like a rule, like it's not 100%, but yeah, they already have some sort of idea of what they want to use Arvow for, and it's also so much easier to give them like a tailored strategy based on that. And then like absolutely, I would say the most important trait is consistency, right? Because like at this point, you should know that SEO is not an immediate game, you know, it's not instant gratification, and these are results that may come in 1 month, in 2 months, in 3 months, sometimes even more, you know. And you also have to trust on the compounding effect and everything. But nowadays, I would say that with this AI SEO, LLM SEO, GEO, I don't know how you call it in the channel, but yeah, I was here before that, okay? I think now in 2025, he gained like a bit more attention than last year, right? And I see things are changing, and it's easier this year to get these mentions from these LLMs than last year. And what I see is that it's really helping the people that are consistent, okay? Like the people that generate like articles every day and they have their auto blogs, of course, not like messy stuff. They have to be planned, and you cannot just be spamming articles and spraying like in all directions and waiting for it to just pump, you know. But yeah, people that have a strategy and that they keep following it like over a consistent period of time, they usually see those type of results. And you can see in those curves, for example, that one, the client didn't go from the one after, the client didn't go like from 0 to 1 in 1 week, you know, or in 30 days. So yeah, I think it's also like people that understand a little bit of how the SEO game works, and the Vasco channel is perfect for it, because Vasco like is actually doing like some honest content on SEO. He's not promising you like crazy results in 1 week, you know. So yeah, I would say people that have a little bit of understanding of how SEO works tend to see like the greatest results.
Yeah, I agree for sure. Yeah, for 100 calls, it's insane. So you guys know who are watching that we put in the effort into helping you succeed, right? Because as cliche as it sounds, if you guys succeed, if you guys see results like these, you keep on paying us and staying on as a customer. So we have an incentive to see success. So you guys see your success. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Just here to answer a question from the chat. I'll go over this after Carvalho leaves. It's a bit more SEO tailored, so I'll talk about this after. So don't worry, every question is going to be answered. And welcome from Jersey, USA. I guess another question I have for you, Carvalho, is like when you started doing customer support for Arvow, like AI wasn't really a thing, right? How has like AI made your work different, better, worse? Like how do you use AI right now? Like, because from my perspective, AI has been one of the most valuable things to improve customer support and customer success. But how do you feel about all that?
Well, absolutely. When I first started in the beginning of 2024, like everything, and I mean everything, was done manually. Like every email was literally like thought manually, and that would take quite some time. So when we started like to scale, and when we started to have more customer support volume, we had to find ways to make things more efficient. And in that part, like AI literally like save us, you know. And even regarding my efficiency and my productivity, I can do so much more things in a day than before, just because I have AI leveraging me. So yeah, I would say when we first started, it was like 100% manual. Then I started using like ChatGPT, and I would give it the inputs like, oh, you reply this, and that, and it would help me like write the email. But still, it didn't have like memory, or ChatGPT was still pretty basic, So later on, they start. You were able to like feed inputs to ChatGPT, like documents, texts, everything. So we knew so we had more context. And yeah, at some point I started using that, and it made things even more efficient. But I would say like the biggest like turning point was when we started like investing in having like a well made and a well done documentation. It became like such an important like step in this customer supporting, because sometimes like I might give you a fast answer, but like imagine you're texting support at 4 a.m. like I'm sleeping at the time. So yeah, we had to we created a very extensive and in-depth documentation, not only with text but with step-by-step tutorial videos on pretty much every feature, and every page has a step-by-step tutorial video. And yeah, that helped us a lot, because instead of having to reply, I would just like say, oh, here we have all the information that you need here in this page, and that made things so much easier. Yeah, but then like we this year, like I would say, I think in February, we decided it was time to like fully automate the customer support rep. So we switched to intercom, we created the theme, and we fed like all these context that is here on the documentation, plus some specific and tailored guidance, like more in depth. And yeah, that really revolutionized how people can get like instant, immediate, tailored support.
Yeah, I agree. It was a big change using AI, and just like with customer support, like if you're not using AI, you're just gonna get left behind. Like you're gonna be doing the same work, just gonna take you a lot of time. Just like with Arvow, right? Anything Arvow does, you can do manually. The main difference is that Arvow just does it a lot faster. Like all the support tickets, Carvalho could have still answered them manually, but why would he when he could just use AI to do so faster and better and provide a better customer support? So. Funny question right here. Do you have an AI assistant facilitating the Q&A? No, this is actually manual, because it's the first time we're doing a live YouTube stream. So no AI here. It's just humans. But don't worry, I'll answer this question after. And any other questions you might have, I'll just answer them manually for now until we actually find an AI to do so. Cool. I guess I want to ask you, what's the weirdest or most awkward ticket or customer support question you've had throughout all these 2.5 years? Surely you have a lot of them, so it's gonna be hard to pick.
Well, one time I received nudes, but I think it was somebody trying to hack us.
Okay, there you go.
But other than that, I mean, one time I had a customer. It was really weird, because it was like, hey, I need your help. Like, I really need your help. I have to rank these websites to at least 10,000 visitors like this month, or I'm screwed. And I was like, what? And I was like, what do I say to this guy? Like, yeah, that's not possible. And he was like, but you gotta help me. You gotta find a way. And I was like, yeah, I think that one was it really left me like kind of in an uncomfortable position, even as like I don't know the guy, never saw him. But yeah, like I've had these. Then I've had other, like sometimes we get customers who work in like more of like black hat shady industries, like casinos, like weird crypto scams, even some pornography. So sometimes they come to us like they don't really want to tell us what they do, but we kind of know that it's shady stuff, and that they're trying to get an answer like if we can like endorse and facilitate this shady stuff. And it's like, that's us. Yeah, those are weird. Well,
yeah, we have you share them sometimes with us. Like we have a bunch of weird ones, but I guess it's just it happens when you have a lot of customer support tickets, so it's part of the work.
True.
Cool. I guess I have one last question for you. Then you can speak about more stuff if you want. I guess it's two questions in one. So first is what's the most common support question you get, and what if there's any checklist you see, like you recommend someone joining Arvow, like the settings they should choose, like how can they get started with Arvow the best and the fastest way possible to see success the fastest, based off of what you see with our clients. So two questions in one. One of them is the most common support question you have, and then the second one is the settings they should choose based off of your niche, maybe, to see success the fastest. So yeah.
Good questions. So to start with the most common ticket that I get, I would say that is but Google will penalize AI content. Is this content approved by Google? Is Google gonna penalize me? That was that is the most common ticket. And it came to a point where I was repeating myself so many times. And I believe, like, if you watch Vasco channel, you already know by now, like, what's the real answer and what's the truth on this. And why is it a myth that Google penalizes AI content, and who created it? Because there's a lobby for this content. But I had to automate, and I told Finn, like, every time somebody asks if Google penalizes content or if they will get punished by Google, send them this link to the Google documentation. And it's literally a guide that says, I think it's like Google guidelines on AI generated content. And I mean, if you will read it, it will be like so clear and so easy to understand that, I don't see it as often now that I automated it.
Nice. There you go.
Now, regarding the checklist, yes, I don't know if all of you that are watching this right now, if you've used Arvow, but I would say there is a checklist. All right, there is some things you should do in order to follow like the perfect flow, especially to avoid mistakes and to waste like unnecessary credits, because sometimes we have people that they just start like messing around with the tool without knowing like this what exactly to do, and they come to the onboarding call and it's like, oh, I already wasted like 70% of my credits, and it's all wrong. Of course, like for this type of cases, sometimes we offer exceptions because it's the first time, and we want to always like be nice and to support the customer achieving their goals. But I would say the first step is to configure the knowledge base. All right, it's to configure the knowledge base and to connect the website to Arvow. Okay. So in the knowledge base, Afonso was explaining how the tool works. So yeah, like you should like feed this AI all of your business information, all the content that you want the AI to use in order to tailor your articles and make them more like branded. Okay, like he said, to not be just another like a general SEO article. So yeah, that's the first step. And the second step is to connect your website. So blog automation, integrations, and you can connect your website. We have all those direct integrations available. And we even have like then the more custom ones like Zapier, Squares, Webhook, and even the API. So if you're using a CMS that doesn't directly integrate with Arvow, we will always help you trying to find a workaround or an alternative way to be able to connect it and to provide this integration. So yeah, once you've created your knowledge base and once you've connected your website, it's time to create a campaign. Okay. So this will be the place where everything will be planned. You can automate it or not. Like different clients have different needs, so we made these 3 automation modes to be able to serve each use case and workflow. So yeah, you can have it manually, you can have it automated, and if you want it automated, we have 3 different modes of automation to fit your use case. But yeah, you create the campaign, you give it a name. Usually clients, our recommendation is that you split the campaigns in between topics. If you're doing local SEO cities, for example, if you're doing multiple multiple languages, no, but topics, locations, audiences. Okay, if you have different types of clusters and campaigns, I would split them all to avoid like confusions. And yeah, after you create the campaign, it's time to set up the template. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Let's see here.
Yeah, you create a campaign, and then the next part is to like carefully create the configure the SEO article template. This will depend on which type of articles you're creating. Okay, like I said before, some clients already have a type of article that they publish currently, and they want to just replicate those templates, and that's why we created a custom templates that offer 100% flexibility and customize. They're 100% customizable, so you can literally create any type of article with dynamic variables. So you choose what are the inputs and you tailor the output. So yeah, but yeah, most users use the SEO article template. All right, the SEO article template has proven to generate results. All right, and it's the one, like for beginners, it's the one I recommend. It has a lot of tabs. Okay, I would go over all of them because these will tell how the articles will be once the campaign is on. Okay, so you will want to configure the knowledge base right there. For example, it's a common mistake that I see usually with users is that they create the knowledge base, but then they don't connect it to the SEO article template, and it's one of the most important things because it doesn't matter anything if you have a knowledge base if it's not connected to the campaign. So yeah, go all over them. The context description is also an important step that I always recommend. It's in content. It's in those advanced options. Yeah, the context description, you can add more context about what you want written in the article. If you want to focus on a specific thing, on a specific topic, or a different point of view. Yeah, it's very important. And then of course, like the structure, having a call to action is usually people put like, depends on the type of business, but people put like book a call or like schedule or get a quote, especially if they're local businesses. On SaaS, for example, is like to get a demo or to free trial, you know. Yeah, call to action important. Internal linking is very important. Okay, in your sitemap there, even there are even some filters that you can do if you want to like just include some links of your website. So yeah, having the SEO article template is like very important, and it's one of the things you absolutely need to do before start generating these articles. And then it's more on then you will input, like it will depend on which type of inputs you're using. If you're using the feeds, if you're using your own keywords, if you're using ChatGPT to research keywords, which is also something I see people doing and actually getting results with, doing keyword research through ChatGPT. So yeah, and then like once all of those steps are configured, you can start feeding the keywords and the inputs and run your campaigns.
Cool. I think that's pretty valuable. Thank you, Carvalho. I'm all out of questions. So anything else you want to cover, or yeah?
I would say that's it. I would say that's it. Yeah, I would also like make a call to action for people to actually like contact and reach out to us, you know, because it's valuable not only for you, because you will get whatever you want, if either regardless if it's help or if it's a feature request, like Afonso said, like if you have feature requests, you can also talk to me. And yeah, we incentivize people to reach out to us because we made a product for you, and yeah, we want to be able to give you like the tools that you need, the feature that you need, and to serve your workflows in order for us to stay with us. And so it's like a win-win partnership, and you grow and we grow. So yeah, feel free to reach out anytime. Even though we have the Fin AI reply bot, okay, you do always have a button to pass to a human, and it will most likely be passed to me. And yeah, we read everything, and we address even if it's to say like, no, we don't have that plan and we don't think we will have, right? But we will provide you an answer. And yeah, it's all good. It's very good feedback always.
Cool. Yeah. And Miguel asks if his works in perfect Portuguese from Portugal.
Yes. We actually have some like a Portuguese client from Portugal as well, and he has some sort of like a reputable accounting blog, right? And I have some calls with him, and it was like absolutely necessary that he doesn't include Portuguese Brazilian terms. So we actually tailor the custom instructions, and I guess if you reach out to support, I can help you with that, and I can give you the custom instructions that he uses to not get to make sure and to make sure that you only get Portuguese.
Cool. As you see, this is the type of support you get when you join Arvow. Cool. Hey from France. Hello. All right, guys. Carvalho, I think that's it. I'll keep going here on my end. Thank you for hopping on. And
all right,
it's pretty
awesome.
cool.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. See ya. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, guys. I am back here alone. So I want to address some of these questions that popped up. Hopefully you guys liked having Carvalho here. I think it's pretty cool to hear from him. And yeah, we have 16 people here. We're growing. Let me just go back here to my whiteboard where I'm sharing all this stuff. In about 40 minutes, I think we'll have Lukas right here. Lukas is going to be going over how he's a designer, how he designs sites that LLMs love, because there's a way in which you can design sites in your UI to increase your likelihood, of being mentioned by LLMs, in specific ChatGPT. So it's going to be a pretty fun and pretty insightful talk. But yeah, he's coming on in 40 minutes, so we have time to keep talking about what I was talking about before. But before, let me just answer a question right here. So it would be interesting to see how you use the tool to rank across a range of terms. High, medium, and low competition tool seller often use low ranking terms to talk up their features. 100%. Tool sellers do use low ranking terms to talk up their features. That being said, a way in which we don't do that is by showing you results from our actual customers with stuff like this. Let me just give you an example. So, and I gave this example in the beginning, but the best way in which you can see if a keyword is competitive or not is with money. So here's what I mean. For example, these guys, right? This is a client of ours. They are a software company started with us in 2024. Okay, and there's many more, but I'll give you this as an example. So they rank for 15,000 keywords. Okay. And these 15,000 keywords bring in around 6K a month in traffic. Now, the reason how I know these are valuable keywords is because the value. So if you were to want to pay Google Ads for all these keywords to get all this traffic per month, you'd have to pay almost $12,000 a month for Google Ads. So this tells me that the keywords these guys are ranking for, right, are highly valuable. So it's not that much about competition and all that. The main thing you have to focus on is on buying intent, which I'll talk about in a bit. But we use our tool, and we brag about our tool, not just for low ranking terms, for low competitive ranking terms. Here's a perfect example of a guy pulling in only 6K a month traffic, but the traffic is worth 12K a month. So these are highly competitive, highly valuable keywords. Okay, and again, the way in which Ahrefs gives you this value is calculating how much it would cost you if you were to pay Google Ads to run ads on all these keywords to get in all this traffic per month. It'd cost you 12K a month. Okay, and sure, we have examples where it's a bit less, right? But I try to focus always on the money, because traffic can be a vanity metric, and the money, like the money attached to certain traffic, comes from the buying intent of that traffic, which is what I want to talk about eventually. Excuse me. Actually, I'll talk about it now. Buying intent. Now, and I'll give you an example. So let's say I have, just take this. I have an iPhone repair shop. Okay, people come into my shop to have their iPhones repaired. Okay, but before, of course, they have to come into my website, right? They don't have to, but some of them come, right? Now, my website could be ranking for keywords like where to repair my iPhone, but it could also rank for keywords like let's do that again. My website could rank for keywords like, how much does it cost to repair my iPhone? Or where can I repair my iPhone? But it could also rank for keywords like, how to repair my iPhone. And let's assume the keyword how has 10,000 searches a month. So 10K a month in volume, right? And the sum of the volume of these two keywords, where and how much, only have 1,000, right? Here's proof why this is sort of pointless. It's because someone searching for how, right, most likely they want to do it themselves. While someone searching for where or how much, well, most likely they want to pay someone to do it for them, right? So even though this has like a tenth of the traffic, right, the buying intent, the intent behind the search, in this case, transactional search here, is way, way higher than this one. So focusing on traffic here is dumb, right? That's why all these right here, we try to focus and try to show you, the revenue. So yeah, sure, these guys have a lot more traffic, and they were able to grow this traffic through using Arvow as well as the mentions, but this traffic is not worth as much. So 22,000 in traffic out of 70,000 keywords is worth 4K, right? And by the way, worth is, we could dive deep into this. Excuse me, this is just like a, not a rule of thumb, but like just something to look at with a grain of salt, excuse me. But these guys have like a tenth of their traffic and 3x the worth of offset traffic, okay? So traffic is and can be a vanity metric. But again, it's way smarter to go for keywords here than this one. And usually how I like to do this exercise is to draw up what I call a keyword matrix, where in the y-axis you have the buying intent, okay? And in the x-axis you have the traffic. Usually the higher the traffic, the higher the competition, right? And you make a list of your keywords or prompts, whatever it is, right? Keywords or prompt, right? List them out. You can use ChatGPT, you can use Arvow, you can just go here to feeds, create feed, add your URL, add a bunch of your seed or your main keywords, right? Add a bunch of your competitors, right? Add the country and the language, and based off of all this information, your site, what you do, what you sell, what you talk about, your main seed keywords, all your competitors, and the country and the language, our AI will give you a list of keywords we think you should target, right? Again, don't follow this blindly. You can choose not to target them, right? This is just the ones we recommend. But yeah, sure, you can use this, you can use ChatGPT, you can use your own brain. Just make a list of the keywords you want to target, right? And then look for the intent. Again, there's a bunch of other tools you can use for this, but just use your brain and do it for free, right? And place them right here on the keyword matrix. Place the keywords right here where you feel like it makes more sense. And then completely discard the keywords here and here. Why? Because these two quadrants have low buying intent, right? Low buying intent, low traffic, low buying intent, high traffic. This is the worst quadrant to be in. Like high traffic, high competition, hard to rank for. And even if you manage to rank first, the buying intent is so low that most likely all these efforts will be in vain. What you should do is go for keywords here and here in these two quadrants. Why? Because both of these have high buying intent. High buying intent, low traffic, high buying intent, high traffic. This is where you want to go for, okay? And I see a lot of people wasting time on these two quadrants. And eventually they get there, they rank first or second or third, but at what cost, right? You could have invested all your effort into going here, right? But you were just investing your time and effort into these ones, and it's just a waste of time. So I advise you to make this exercise to go for buying intent. And it's sort of still to answer your question right here, that a lot of tools like advertise these beautiful graphs, but most of them are like worthless. It's the reason why we advertise graphs where they have money in it, where we can draw up a correlation between like traffic and money, right? This is not very, very valuable. This one is valuable. What else? This one is valuable as well, 2K a month. So hopefully this was clear, but in other words, what this means is that if you were to want to compete with them, you'd have to pay 2K a month on Google Ads to get the same traffic for the same keywords. So if across a year, it's like $20,000, $24,000 they're getting in for free because they rank on Google organically. So it's actually valuable traffic. And this is a US real estate platform. There you go. I think they started using this around here. So in 6 months, boom, triple that traffic using Arvow, which is very cool. And by the way, just a reminder, we are running a lifetime deal here on AppSumo. So you can grab it. It is lifetime and it is heavily discounted. So There you go. But yeah, let's keep going here. Hopefully this answers your question. Guys, we have 13 people here. Please do me a huge favor and like the stream, right? That'll be amazing if you guys could like the stream. And yeah, let me know where you're from, because we have people here from the US, Jersey, US. We have people from France. We have people from, what else? We had someone from Texas in earlier right here. We had someone from Italy. So we have someone from Portugal as well. So yeah, let me know where you guys are from. And I guess I'll just do another giveaway right now. So I'm going to ask you guys a question to the 13 users that are on here right now. And the person who answers the question correctly the fastest wins 100 credits. And 100 credits are worth $15. So if you were to buy 100 credits right here, it costs you around $15. So you can win $15. And so the question is, what are the 3 pillars of SEO? So out of the 13 people here, surely someone knows the answer. So the first person to type in what are the 3 main pillars of SEO wins $15, or in other words, 100 credits, topped up instantly to their Arvow account. So while you guys think about that, I'm just going to pause here for a real second so I can catch my breath and check some of the backend stuff. So yeah, what are the 3 pillars of SEO? Let me know what your answer is, and I'll wait for a couple seconds here. So yeah, let me know what it is. Let me know in the comments. If no one answers, well, I guess I'll win. So come on, what are the 3 pillars of SEO, guys? Let me know what they are, and the person who answers it correctly wins 100 credits, which I think is pretty cool. But if you guys don't want the credits, no worries. I'll just take them from myself. Well, nobody answers. Well, I'll just keep the credits, guys. So let's keep on moving. So next thing I want to talk about, and we've talked about a lot of stuff right now, and if you've missed part of it, just you can always like push the stream back to see the beginning. But yeah, where did I left off? I left off here on the optimizing your technical SEO. Again, the most boring part about SEO, but hopefully it was valuable. Okay. I want to go over now a pretty cool strategy, which is stealing your competitors' content and making it better. Excuse me. And I'll show you some big players who are doing it, which is super interesting to see. So this SEO strategy, again, is based off of stealing what your competitors are doing and doing it better. So basically stealing your competitors' keywords and prompts. So how you do this is you produce content about your competition. And this might seem like contradictory, like why would I be producing content about my competitors? Why would I be talking good about them? Why would I be speaking about their features? Why would I be giving them more content on the web? Well, it's because if you are able to produce good enough content, that content about your competition will outrank the competitors itself and will outmention the competitors itself. Here's an example. So on Google, if you just type in what are PayPal's fees to send money, or any like variation of this keyword, of course, PayPal shows first, but Lukas shows second and third, above PayPal again, and fourth. These are all PayPal competitors. And all they're doing is producing content about PayPal itself. So we tie this back up again with what I said at the beginning of the live stream, is that if you're able to produce content that satisfies the search intent, right, the fastest and the most correct way, you can have your content be ranked, and oftentimes ranking even above the competition, right? These guys, all they're doing is producing content about PayPal's fees. And if you click it, if you go to the site, all it says is, hey, listen, yeah, these are PayPal's fees. We charge way less. Use our product instead. This is what these guys are doing as well. This is like a full guide, right? So it's a bit contradictory, but it just works. Same thing for, this is in Perplexity, for AI SEO, right? What are PayPal's fees to send money, right? Look what the first citation is. It's not even PayPal, it's Wise. The second is Reddit. The third is another competitor. And the fourth citation is PayPal, right? So all this goes to show is that you can produce content about your competitors. And if the content you produce is better than the content from the competitors themselves, right, it will outrank the competitors And it's a great way to bring in leads because this is a high buying intent keyword, right? Someone looking for what are PayPal's fees? Well, most likely they know what PayPal is, right? They want to send money and they're looking to understand how much that costs. So it's super bottom of the funnel, super high buying intent. So if you're able to make a piece of content that talks about it, right? Even if you're a competitor, right? Wise is a competitor, made a guide and say, hey, listen, these are the fees. But if you use Wise, you can save 10%. Click here to sign up for free, right? This is a great way to capture a high buying intent keyword, right? People who search for this, right? By producing better content than PayPal itself. And I know this is a bit contradictory and not a lot of people do it, but we do it. The smart guys do it, and it just works great. So I felt like showing you this. It's quite simple. Like simple is not easy, but it's simple. And anyone who just watched this understood exactly how to do it because it is quite simple. The issue is that most people just don't have the time to actually do it. With stuff like Arvow, you can do it. Like you can just say PayPal fees full guide 2026, right? And then you can also do like if you don't like a full-on guide, what you can do is you can add it to here your template to make sure that it is, let's see, structure actually very large, so 12 to 22 headings, so a full-on guide with a lot of context, a lot of images, a lot of like valuable information, internal linking, of course. I mean, you can play around with this stuff and actually make sure that it is actually valuable, add videos, put it in English. And by the way, you can produce content in over 150 different languages. Don't think that people, like most people in the world don't speak English. So surely there's someone out there in Portugal, in Brazil, in France, in Germany, in Hungary, searching for these exact same search prompts, whether it be on a GPT, Perplexity, or on Google. So whether it be on a classic search engine or on the new AI-based search engines. People are searching in other languages that are not English. And as of today, there's not enough content in the local language to satisfy the local language's demand for that content. So if you're able to produce content in different languages targeting the same keywords, it is like an insane hack. And I think I showed you this before. Like if you go here to our case studies tab, there's a bunch of people doing this in international niches. So French site grew from 2K to 24,000 a month in 6 months. French, right? There's another French one right here. We have a lot of French users actually. There's one in German. I think this is one in German. Not this way, but there's one in Germany. So there's a lot of people doing this for non-English based niches. And so all these principles that I'm going over here work for all across the board, all the niches. Like if you're an e-commerce brand, you can produce content about other e-commerce brands, and piggyback off of their brand name. For example, a very well-known brand is Ridge, right? These guys sell wallets. I think they do over $100 million a year selling wallets, which is insane, right? If you have a competitive brand, a competitor to them, right? Surely you can try to outbid them on ads. Surely you can try to outbid them on ranking for best men's wallet, but it's going to be very hard. So why not just produce content about them, right? A guide to using your Ridge outside, or how much does the Ridge wallet cost, or what's the top 10 wallets to give men for Christmas. So, or for example, what colors Ridges have, or Ridge wallet review. Doesn't matter. Just produce content about them, and then and be honest and produce actually great content, and then say, hey, listen, Ridge is great, but we're better because of XYZ. We are cheaper prices. We actually use real leather. I don't know, right? We're running it to a Black Friday. I don't know. Produce content about them, and then find a way to funnel that audience, which is, again, very high buying intent audience, to then buy your products or services. This works for any niche, and it's one of the most powerful SEO strategies out there that you can do today. But a lot of people don't do it because it's a bit contradictory, because they feel like, I'm just going to be giving more attention to them. I don't want to do that. But it works like insanely well. So yeah, that's it. Guys, let me know if this is valuable. 16 people here in the live. Give me like a 1 in the chat, number 1, if you feel like this was valuable. Come on, give me something. Let me just see here on YouTube how many people actually have live. I think it's 16. Let me just triple check. We've been live for 3 hours. So yeah, 5. Oh, it says 16 on my thingy. I've been lied to. It actually says 17. Or maybe it's because it's cross-platform, because I'm also live on YouTube, on Facebook and Twitter. Guys from Facebook and Twitter, drop me one in the chat if this was valuable. Hopefully it was. And by the way, we're almost going to have Lukas on. He's coming in 20 minutes. So it's going to be pretty cool to hear him speak about this stuff right here in a bit. Now, moving on to, hopefully this was valuable. I think it's one of the most valuable things I said today. How you can automate the whole thing. So if you get an Arvow membership, you can just fully automate the whole thing, right? You go here into feeds, and this is basically, you can do a keyword feed. So you can generate an automatic blog based off of a keyword feed. So you feed it keywords, and then the AI generates the content and automatically publishes it to your site. You can do it based off of a news feed. So the AI is pulling in the latest news from whichever topic you want to produce content about. So like Tesla's news, Nvidia stock, US news, whatever, right? So it's always like looking into the latest news based off of your niche, right? And you can play around with this. You can just do, for example, Elon Musk, right? And it just takes in the latest Elon Musk news, and then you can produce content based off of the news. RSS feed, even YouTube channels. Again, as I said before, like this guy right here, this French guy, he just took a YouTube channel that had videos in English. He used an automatic vlog based off of a YouTube feed to, as soon as that YouTube channel posted the video about whatever, right? Our AI took the video, converted the video into a blog post, changed the language from English to French, published to their blog, and he saw an increase in traffic to 6K a month just off of doing that. So there's multiple feeds you can do to automate the whole thing. And then you can set up an automatic blog to just generate and publish the content to your site automatically. And we have a question here from Susan. Hi, I'm new to this, and I think Arvow is great. You have any tutorial for beginners to learn how to use Arvow? 100%. We actually pride myself a lot with having a lot of content out there. If you go to our homepage and go to resources and go to learning and training, we have like, this I think is it's a 1 hour course for free, of course, going over how to use every single feature. We have a bunch of like individual courses for every single feature. It's just insane the amount of content we have. So we have training content, and then we have like a bunch of learning content. So if you want to learn exactly, if you're like a local business and you want to learn how to leverage AI for SEO to improve your local business rankings, you can watch this. We have like a full-on 2-hour-long ChatGPT course using, of course, our product. So we have content on how to use the product and content teaching you how to do SEO using our product, if that makes sense. And also, like at any time, you can just book a call with our customer success manager, Carvalho, right here, to just ask any questions you have. Like if you have any doubts, if you want to ask him, hey, what are the best settings I should use to generate content for my brand? Like, do you have any case studies from other brands like similar to mine who did XYZ? What should I do? Like, you can just bother him anytime you want, like on a live actual call. And he's here for that, right? He's here to make sure that you succeed. And one of the jobs he has is literally having us have more people featured on our case studies page. So his job is not just to help you out in terms of technical work. His job is to also increase the people who appear right here and right here, right? So we have many, but we want more. And so, yeah, we have all this training on the case studies tab and on the learning and training tab. And then in your dashboard, you can book a call with Carvalho anytime you want. Send me emails, send the team emails, hop on calls. We just give you everything because, as cliche as it sounds, if you succeed, we succeed as well. So there you go. Hopefully this was helpful. Hakeem says hello. And Miguel says top. Cool. Let's keep going. Guys, if you just joined the stream, I noticed we have 20 people on right now. So we've been live for 3 hours. We've talked about a lot of stuff, but basically we're live because we just launched Arvow on AppSumo. If you don't know, AppSumo just basically does a lifetime deal. So we're launching a lifetime deal of Arvow on AppSumo. Not only is it a lifetime deal, but it's also heavily discounted. So, excuse me, there you go. And on this stream, I'm going over a lot of stuff. We've had me talk about this. We've had these guys on, these agency owners on, spilling a lot of cool things. We had Afonso on. Afonso is the one who built the product. He built the whole thing. So it was pretty cool to hear from him as well. Good friend of mine, of course. You can just go back on the stream if you want to watch what he said. We also had Carvalho just now, the customer success manager, super insightful as well. And we'll still have Lukas to go, Conor, and myself at the end. if I still have my voice. So Lukas is joining in 15 minutes. He's going to be talking about designing sites that LLMs love, so how you can change and tweak your site's UI to increase your likeliness of being mentioned or cited on these LLMs. But while he doesn't jump on, I guess I'll keep on going. Yeah, we talked about this. I want to talk about now the testing different content types. So a lot of people ask, yeah, sure, I know I have to produce content with AI, but what type of content should I be producing? Well, it depends, right? It depends on the search query. For example, if someone's searching for how to tie a tie, well, of course, the first result is going to be a video, right? Because tying a tie is such a visual thing that reading a blog post on how to tie a tie is kind of like not very productive. So video, okay, sure, written, and then video, right? And then written, and then image. So it's a much more visual query, right? So it's going to depend on the type of content you'll be producing. It's going to depend on the type of keywords or prompt you're targeting, right? For example, let's just go in here on ChatGPT for the prompt. Again, let's do this again. What's the best course host? Compare. I want to host my online course. Compare Kajabi versus Thinkific. So for example, for a comparison type of keyword or prompt, right? Well, the best content to produce is going to be like a comparison page, because you'll notice that, I'll just do Kajabi versus Thinkific. The content that's going to show up, well, it's of course a versus, a one versus the other, right? It's going to be a written format with comparing one's features versus the other features, right? One versus the other. Oh, Jesus. Right? With a table, right? It's going to be comparing one versus the other, right? Even in GPT, okay, the citations, okay, the mentions are comparison articles or review articles, right? It's obvious. One versus the other, tables, features each one has, etc. So to know which type of content you have to produce, well, you have to know first the prompts or keywords you want to rank for, okay? And I showed you before right here up top how I'd go about finding those, how we go about like going for buying intent instead of volume. So if you missed that, you can just go back in the stream. But that's pretty much it. And we even do it ourselves. If you go to arvow.com/blog, we have a bunch of let's see here. This. So 20 best SEO newsletter to boost your search strategy in 2025. So this is like a listicle, 20 best, whatever. So 1 through 20. Okay. So you can produce listicles if one of the keywords you want to target is alternatives. Excuse me, not alternatives. If you want to target, yeah, sure, alternatives as well. So it's going to depend on what your prompt is. Listicles like this one, comparison pages, alternative pages. So what's a good alternative to SEMrush? What's a good alternative to Arvow, right? Well, then you produce an article that talks about alternatives to Arvow in that sense. Again, content about competitors, guides, tutorials, news articles. Again, using Arvow. Let me see if I can find the guy who did this insanely well. He's on our case studies page. Yeah, I think it's this guy right here. It's in Dutch. So he took a site from 0 to 10K a month in 24 hours, literally 24 hours, producing content in, I think it's Dutch, news-based content, right? Sorry, not Dutch, it's actually English. Producing news-based content, right? So depending on the keywords you're targeting, maybe it's smart to produce news-based content. For example, there's a lot of people who sell Tesla accessories, okay? A lot of these brands that sell Tesla accessories, like you can mod your car. A great way to drive more traffic here to the site would be having a dedicated news section right here. News, okay? Why? Because Tesla is a controversial brand, not controversial, but Tesla is a growing brand, right? It pushes the boundaries of technology. So there's a lot of news about Tesla. You just type in Tesla, right? There's a lot of news always, all the time about Tesla, right? 1 hour ago, there's always news about Tesla because of Elon Musk as well. There's a lot of news about Tesla. So how could you capture the search volume from these news and drive people in to your Tesla accessories brand? Well, you can simply use Arvow to produce news-based content and publish it straight to your site, which again was exactly what this guy did right here. He just produced a bunch of content, right, and grew from 0 to 10K a month in 24 hours. The reason why he grew so fast is because news is like this. Like when you produce a news piece, right, there's a lot of volume for the keywords that news piece is related for in an instant time, right, in a small time frame, right? So they went up a lot quite fast, but news content, how it works is it goes up, down fast, quite fast, because the speed at which it becomes relevant is equal to the speed at which it becomes irrelevant. Okay, regardless, it's a great way to capture a lot of traffic to your brand. Like 10K a month in 24 hours is insane. So what you could do is go here, news article, and just search in, for example, Tesla, right? Search stories. And what this does is it searches for the stories, the latest stories about Tesla, right? From CNN, CNBC, Fox News, whatever, right? You can even enable advanced options like the target you want country, target country you want to target, the time range. You can exclude certain news sources if you want. You can include certain ones. And based off of these stories, right, you can take in and set up an automatic blog with Arvow that automatically takes the latest news and publishes them to your site to a dedicated news section on your site. So you can have like a dedicated news section here for wallets, I don't know, for men's gifts, or for, I don't know, whatever. In this case, let's assume this is like a Tesla website, Tesla accessories website. You can have like a dedicated news section right here that can bring in a lot of traffic to your brand. There you go, right? Let me show you actually how a news article looks like. For example, there you go, Tesla's robotaxi race, a new charge or whatever. There you go. And then down here, it has these sources where this content was written from. So you can automate the whole thing. It comes with images, comes with the sources, so it looks fantastic. And again, this is depends on what type of thing you want to do. We have another question right here. It's from Susan. Can I link any website to Arvow? I mean, build company website. I mean, as long as you can integrate with any of these CMSs, you can. We integrate with, let's see here, all these. So WordPress, Blogger, Go, Shopify, Webflow, Wix, Zapier, Squarespace. Even like if you're not here, you can do it with a webhook or API. So most likely 99.999% of the cases, we can integrate with your site. So don't worry about it. It should be easy to do so. And if it is a bit harder, again, we're here to help. So don't worry about it. It should be quite easy. But yeah, thank you for the question. And now let's keep on moving. We've talked about a lot of stuff here today. And we're going to have Lukas in around 9 minutes here. Give me like 30 seconds to breathe and to recoup my voice. While I open up your AppSumo, guys, if you want to grab a lifetime deal of Arvow, you can go to AppSumo to do so. Okay, it is lifetime, as the name says, and it is heavily discounted. So you can grab that here if you guys want. And if you have any questions, do me a favor and ask them here, because this would help the listing go up on their site. So if you could do me a huge favor and just ask your questions right here, that'll be amazing. Give me a couple seconds to breathe here and to check some internal docs, see if everything's running smoothly, and I'll be right back. Meanwhile, we have 20 people on. If you guys want to comment where you guys are from, or if you guys want to comment your site URLs, I can do some live audits and give you some tips. So feel free to do that. And let me know on that as well. Excuse me. As I said, I can just go into Ahrefs right here and do a quick audit of your site. So out of the 20 people here, let me know who wants to do so. If no one volunteers, I'll just keep on going. And I guess let's just keep on going. And by the way, guys, we're doing a webinar on December 10th. It's going to be a bit more structured than this. So if you guys want to register for that, I'll just drop the link in the comment section right here, so you can register. It's free. It's going to be December 10. It's going to be pretty cool, and I'll show you in a bit more structured way how we're achieving all these insane results. So yeah, that's that. I guess let's just keep on going. I talked about here in terms of the type of content, about the stealing your competitors' content. There's also some other thing you can do, which is the creation of, as I say here, comparison or alternative pages. So what these are, again, is producing content about alternatives or comparing certain products, service, and then either making money from affiliate commissions or having your brand listed in the content. Here's what I mean. If you go, this is me on ChatGPT, I typed in alternatives to Zapier, and I got a bunch of them, right? Make, Pabbly, whatever, right? And all of the citations, right, are from competitors, of course, because I looked for alternatives. Competitor, and a bunch more, right? Right here, I typed in best alternatives to Herman Miller, which is like a chair, right? And first citation was autonomous. And look here at the type of content that's ranking. It is literally a blog post that talks about, hey, here's why people love Herman Miller. So they're saying good things about the brand you're looking for an alternative for, right? That said, if you keep on scrolling down, they say, hey, listen, yeah, Herman Miller is fantastic, but here's why ours is better. And all the while they're doing that, they're blasting you with ads right here for their mystery box, whatever. They're blasting with calls to action to get your email. And don't forget that just because you access their site, now you're cookied. So now they can run ads to you on Facebook. So they know that you're looking for alternatives because you found this space through GPT and they know in their analytics that you came from GPT. So now they can advertise to you on Google Ads or Meta Ads and say, hey, I know you're looking for Herman Miller alternatives. Here's what we have the best one, and here's 7% off. I don't know. So point is that these comparison pages work fantastically. And here's the great example of the simplicity of type of content you have to produce. Just a simple blog post with an image, just like how Arvow does it, right? Let me just show you here an example, right? I always like to show you the gardening example, even though it's not for a product, right? This is all done with AI, right? The in-article images, tables, internal links, external links, even in-article videos that are relevant to what the content is about. This article is about gardening tips in arid soils, and the whole content, even the images, of course, are in the same niche or in the same context of course, arid soil gardening. And the video that it pulled up, it's called desert gardening. So all this stuff is done for you like this. Sure, can you do it manually? You can, 100% you can. Anything Arvow does, you can do manually. It just takes you 10 more time. So it just saves you a bunch of time using Arvow. And the content Arvow produces is not different than this, right? It's the same thing. Headers, bullets, tables, quotes, images, links, like it's the whole thing. And this just shows the simplicity of content that you can produce and can be ranked on LLMs. Now, again, it's not one-to-one. If I search for the exact same prompt or keyword, right, these guys, autonomous, right here, autonomous, are nowhere to be seen. First is like a blog, then like Reddit, and then overviews, and then another site, then they're nowhere to be seen. I don't think, then here's a bunch of products. So these guys, even though they're the first mention or first citation on LLMs, are nowhere to be seen on Google. Maybe they're like on the 100th position, who knows, right? And this, again, goes back to what I said in the beginning. You don't need to rank on Google in order to be mentioned or cited in ChatGPT. In fact, again, Ahrefs did a study where one third of the pages that are cited or mentioned in these LLMs have zero organic traffic from Google. So let's assume this page has, again, it's mentioned here first for a very, very high buying intent prompt, right? Someone looking for best alternatives to Herman Miller. Well, they know what it is. They know it's expensive. They know they want a good share, and they're actively looking to buy alternatives, right? It's a very, very high buying intent prompt. And for them to show up here first in the first citation is mega valuable, okay? But they're nowhere to be seen right here. Maybe let's assume they're on the 100th position, right? Doesn't matter, because what the LLMs do, again, as a human, what you do is you click here, read through the Reddit comments, click here, read through the article, click here, maybe watch through the YouTube video, and then make a conclusion. What the LLM is doing all this work for you. Clicking, reading, even going to the 100th result if it needs to, right? And after doing all that, it found that for this prompt, the most relevant result it should show the user is the one ranking 100th, who gets zero traffic from humans, but now gets traffic from AI, which indirectly means it gets traffic from humans because the AI is recommending this right here. Hopefully that made sense. It is insane. It is super valuable, and just goes to show it's just more proof that you need to be producing content. Even if it doesn't rank on Google, it can be and will be cited by LLMs and be shown to humans indirectly. And this is amazing proof of that, okay? So that's pretty cool. And so now, I guess let's just bring on Lukas. let me see if he's here because my voice is failing. Let me see if Lukas is here. We'll keep on going after Lukas's talk. Let me see if Lukas is here. He is not. Bear with me for a second here. Let me just see where he is, and I'll just put here on screen what Lukas will be. Oops, we're back. For some reason, I quit the stream, but we're back. Hopefully this didn't mess up everything. Let me just check if we're all good, guys. Sorry. Let me just leave this here and let me check if everything is good with the stream. Jesus, how did this happen? Let me check if the stream is still live, guys. If you're here, just type in one in the comments to let me know if the stream is still live. Okay, I think we're live. Okay, cool. I think we're live. I'm not sure what happened here, but we're live. Yeah, cool. We just lost a bunch of people. Damn. Well, we lost like 16 people, but yeah, I'll figure this out later. I'm not sure how I quit the stream like that, but yeah. Bogdan Ivanov 2787 says, "Hey, how are you, my dear? I'm good, my dear. I'm good. Thank you for asking. I'm good. Let me see where our next guest is. Lukas. Let's go. Let's see if he can join here. Okay, there we go. He's in the green room, and let me see if I can add him on. It's always a mess adding. Okay, there we go. Move to backstage, and Lukas, my man.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you, man?
Good, man. Good. I just ended the stream for a second here.
Okay.
How I did that, but we're back. But we just lost a bunch of viewers. Hopefully they come back.
What happened? Why? Where did they go?
So you know like on the MacBook when you do like this with 2 fingers to go back on the page? I did that by mistake on the live stream screen. So it ended it for a second. But we're back. We're growing in viewers now. But
okay. Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, please introduce yourself. Let the guys know who you are, what you do, and
100%. Let me just prep 1 second.
For sure.
To kind of like share my YouTube as well.
Yeah.
All right. Can I share my screen here? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Share screen. Don't show these tips. 1 second. All right. You guys can see my screen?
Not yet. Wait on a second. I have to disable this right here. Add to stage. Boom.
There we go. Perfect.
We are live.
Awesome. So yeah, guys, welcome. My name is Lukas. I've been doing YouTube. I've been filming and editing and posting YouTube videos almost on a daily basis, kind of similar to what Vasco does. Vasco, actually, funny story. I was living in Thailand a year ago, and I was learning a lot about SEO. And I was like binge watching Vasco's videos on a bus doing my visa runs to Malaysia. And Vasco gave me kind of like the confidence to start this. So big shout outs to Vasco because he was like posting a bunch of videos with great quality content, like valuable insights on SEO, basically, but not a lot of like editing, like not a lot of effort when it comes to editing. And that was kind of the thing that I was scared of, right? I have to make like some crazy, 1 second, let me close this. I had to make like some type of crazy video with like nice effects. No, just Loom and Miro, and that's it, right? So that's how I started. Basically just doing a lot of videos on mostly design, UX design concepts with different no-code tools. So either whether it be with Figma, then it went more like to Framer, and then it went more to AI. And now I'm doing a lot of video content on this tool called Magic Path, which is it's a great AI design tool. And I basically run their community, right? I've built out their Discord, do a bunch of streams, do a bunch of videos for them. And today we're going to be talking about designing sites that LLMs love, UX UI patterns that boost ChatGPT mentions, right? So, and I'm going to be using that tool that I just showed you, Magic Path, and you can use any type of tool already to kind of prototype, but I'm going to be showing Magic Path because it's like a tool that I've been working closely with for the past couple of weeks or months, I would say. So yeah, intro to Lukas is gone. Let's go over here. So topic intro. So right now, most people still think about SEO as how do I rank on Google, right? So you can search for something like, you know, a stroller for a snowy environment, or, you know, a specific group of keywords like a PlayStation controller, right? But now over the past 1 or 2 years, a lot of people are asking questions inside of ChatGPT or Perplexity. Like, for example, I was in an NBA game this weekend with my wife and with my friend, and it was really loud. My wife is pregnant, and I was a little bit afraid. I was like, ChatGPT, is it okay if my pregnant wife is sitting in an NBA game when they're doing like these loud announcements? And it said, yes, it's fine. Do you want me to give you some examples of how you can help her, like some products, right? And I said, yeah, sure, go ahead. And it gave me like a few different examples of what I can buy for next time, right? And it gave me like these different sources. And these sources are specifically what we want to talk about today, right? The ChatGPT or Perplexity, whatever you use, gives you like a list of different sources, web sources that you can go and visit, and they have a specific layout, right? So when those tools answers, they also choose which sites to quote. So the real question becomes, how do we design websites that LLMs love so much that they want to mention us, right? So I'm going to walk through what these models actually use from your site and turn that into practical UX, UI patterns you can build in your design tool. In this case, I'm going to be using MagicPath. So let's just go and look at some examples. I have my ChatGPT open here, and we have compare MagicPath and UXPilot. UXPilot is like a direct competitor to MagicPath. What are their main differences in terms of features and pricing? And also, what's better, right? Just a simple question. It gives us this nice short answer. As Vasco always says, great SEO is like when the site satisfies the user search intent, right? So it gives us the answer right away, but it also gives us a few things to kind of be aware of, right? And with these two tools, right? What's the core idea of MagicPath? What are the key features? And after each one of these points, we get these different pages, right? And I can click on one of these. I can click on Banani, which is curious because Banani is actually another direct competitor to MagicPath and to UXPilot. And Banani created this landing page, this blog page that shows us, you know, the title. It shows us who wrote it. It shows us when it was written. It gives us also, if we scroll down over here, it gives us like this table of contents with these anchor links that we can basically click, and it takes us to the specific section. So we have examples, we have pros and cons, use cases, pricing, alternative, final thoughts. So all of these different like sections that we see here benefit your use case when it comes to, you know, the LLM choosing you as a source, right? Also over here, this is another great example. We have the author over here. We have the category of the type of writer this author is. We have the title. We have the category. We have over here these breadcrumbs. We have like some type of promotional thing happening here in the nav bar. We have this like top banner over here. So there's a few things here that make it unique for your site in order to you know, boost their SEO when it comes to LLMs, right? They have also these questions over here. So going back to this, right, to this conclusion, goal is to be the source of the conversation because the process looks like this. AI tools either use their training data or they browse the live web. They look for pages that are easy to understand, trustworthy, and structured. They synthesize an answer and often show citations. Most of the occasions show citations, right? And another thing that I realized is that all of these LLMs, they kind of prefer recent information. So if your like post is like 2 years old, for example, it's not really relevant compared to something that's like 3 months old, right? Anyways, going to principle 1, I have 3 principles and totals, and for each one, we're just going to talk a little bit about the theoretics, about the theory part, and then we're going to go into MagicPath and kind of build this, right? Actually do like a quick little prototype. So principle 1, make the answer obvious, right? The first things LLMs look for is a direct answer. Guides on AI search all say the same thing. Well-structured, authoritative content that directly addresses a query is more likely to appear in AI answers. So as designers, we can make that easy by designing answer-first layouts. So what is a really great example of that? Having a clear header, having a clear one short, clear answer paragraph and like 3 bullet key takeaways. That's like a pretty simple example. I have a few of these over here. I really like this one, for example, because it has just that, and it's all like in one simple view, right? And if we go to Magic Path, I'm just gonna go up here, down here a little bit. There are a few ways to get started. Let me hide this. So first way is we can take a screenshot of this, right? And I can go like this, boom, and take a screenshot of this. And we can just bring in a screenshot. And I'm going to be talking about this in a minute or so. But we can say, design a hero section for a blog detail page. And then here is where you can like basically ask it to, change the title of the blog detail page. Right now, it's choose the right stroller for your family. Let's just keep it like this, just to kind of show you the example. So we have this. It kind of understands the basic concept of this, and then we can go ahead and submit that. And another way of doing this is actually more of like a flexible, creative way of doing this, is that you can do the same thing, right? We can design something like this, but we can sketch it out. So we can go, where is Magic Path here? We can go get this little shape tool, draw this over here, and duplicate this, put this down here, and we start putting all of these like shapes together, and all of these shapes represent something different, right? This would represent like the description, this would represent the date over here, and if we duplicate this, this would represent like the image, and then we can put like the breadcrumbs of the site up here, and then we can give it all like a label. So we can use like the text tool, and we can say, breadcrumbs, right? Breadcrumbs over here. And then we can duplicate this and put a blog title. And we can do very similar to the concept of like Miro, right? Blog short description. And then we can put 2 or 3 sentences, right? And then we can maybe make this a bit shorter like that. And then we can do the same thing over here. This can be like the published date. And then down here, we can put the author name. If we duplicate it, author name, published date, author name. And let's just organize this a bit, and then duplicate this. And this can be like a image, right? And then we just want to grab this all together like that. Boom. Select all of this, say make it real. And then it basically gets that concept. And what we can do is we can get the same prompt and go back here, and we can say, let's actually do this from scratch. Sorry, guys. Like this, make it real. Turn this wireframe into a hero section for a blog detail page. We can do the same thing. And then we basically get results like this. And these results turn into code, right? This is like the exact same thing that we get from this, the exact same structure, basically. You can do this with all of your favorite designs and then just remix them to your own style. And these are all code, right? So you can basically just get this code and implement it into your website, right? So yeah, this is like the first principle, right? Which was make the answer obvious, right? Now going to principle number 2, structure and schema-aware components. The second thing LLMs love is structure. So schema markup and structured data have become critical for AI search because they translate your content into semantic format AI understands. We might not write schema as designers, but we design the components that map to it. And I think Arvow does an exceptional job at doing this. We just have to have a nice design that puts it all together, right? So also how to process, FAQ section, product service card. All 3 of these can map directly to schema, right? What questions you are answering, what processes you explain, what you actually sell, what are some other types of questions related to the specific topic. I think also in this stroller article I saw over here that they have like these top stroller questions apart from this main topic over here. And you can basically just click on these and you learn more about all of these different questions. Again, Arvow does a great job at like creating other questions related to that main keyword that you have. But you could, again, create different types of ways of how you would want to show these sections, right? In this case, it's like 2 columns with 4 questions in each column. You can get a screenshot like this exactly and bring it into MagicPath, and again do the same thing. Build an FAQ section in this style, right? And you can find another one. Maybe this site has it, I'm not sure. But you can find like another website and do the same thing. And then bring it into MagicPath and basically like change the layout if you want to change the content and so on and so forth. And then bring it into your website and again connect it to Arvow, and boom, all your information comes in that one layout, right? Next thing, principle number 3. Conversion and evidence. So LLMs have a hallucination problem. To reduce risk, they prefer sources that look trustworthy, right? So clear brand identity, author profiles. This is obviously very, very important to have. Last updated dates, external references, and citations. So going back to that first blog post, this one from Banani, which is a direct competitor of MagicPath, very, very important, especially when it comes to like AI and software. Things move very fast. So another thing, like if you're gonna have a date of when you publish this, it'll obviously be very nice to have like an updated date, because this is like, for example, the old logo, and these are like things that we had in the past. Obviously our output looks much different to this right now, and we have a lot more features than what this article gives us. So being very updated with your information is obviously very important. And clear brand identity, obviously having your brand. I think this one did a good job, right? With the nav bar where you can see the logo there. You have this primary color on top over here. Obviously with the fonts, everything is consistent. And this is where I actually wanted to talk about themes, right? So inside of MagicPath, you can design with your own theme. So you can import a theme, and let's say that our theme looks more like this, right? You basically you can get these screenshots, and then you can basically like redesign these screenshots in your own theme, right? So for example, this is like this specific theme, this IBM theme that I got, and we can create that specific blog section to match our branded theme, right? So keeping that brand consistency is very important. Author profiles, external references, and citations. This is something that Arvow does an extremely well job at. Basically, like you can highlight any piece of text and you can ask the AI to give you a bunch of different external links for a specific paragraph. So yeah, and I guess the last thing over here is putting it all together. So you have all of these different things. And by the way, this one, if we go back into MagicPath, I put these prompts over here in blue. I might want to share it. I don't know if Vasco, if I can share this with I'll probably put it as a comment later or something like that. But I added like these prompts over here, and basically, for example, over here, this one, a hero section for an article titled what is answer engine optimization for agencies. So as you can see, I have it over here. These are like the 2 ones. This one without a theme, this one with my theme applied to it, and the same with this. This is more for the article credibility. As you can see, we have like updated dates. We have reviewed by this medical review board, 8-minute read. So these are also like great little things to add to your design. So I would say like MagicPath is a great tool for like exploration, right? You might use something like Webflow or Framer or WordPress, and you have your own theme, whatever. This is a great tool to kind of help you explore with like different UX concepts of how you can improve your blog detail pages overall UX, right? And then obviously here as well, you can create like a new component, and then you can mix things, right? Let's say that we wanted to put this one right under this. We can say like let's add the let's rename this. Let's call this like a number 2, right? Number 2, and this one as well, number 2. And we can say like, let's add the article hero section 2 on top of the page, and the article credibility 2 underneath, right? And then basically what it does, it's like, I always say it's like Lego pieces. You can stack them up together, and basically this would eventually go underneath this. And then you can keep on stacking on different things and eventually create like one full page of like your different sketches or references that you found from other pages, and eventually like use that for your own design, right? So yeah, I think while we wait, I think that's pretty much it, Vasco. I don't know if you have any follow-up questions or comments, or if anyone in the comments.
No, yeah, I think it's a pretty cool tool. I haven't heard of it. I didn't hear of it before, but I think it works great with Arvow, especially because like I see a ton of our clients who use Arvow to produce great content, but then the site doesn't look the best, and you just lose it out on a ton of like value because it just looks ugly, right?
Yeah.
And the perceived value, you can have the best piece of content, but if the perceived value is low, like nobody's going to read it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's pretty cool tool.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like for those of you that are struggling, right, that are struggling to create those nice designs, this is a great tool to kind of brainstorm, right? Like what I just did, I took a screenshot of this. We even have like this Chrome extension where you can select a specific element like this, and you can copy it and paste it directly in here, and like that, and it basically copies the code from that website and pastes it in here, and you can just remix it into your own style. So if you, for example, are selling bananas and your website is yellow, and you can basically get this type of thing and replace this image with an image of bananas and make this primary color yellow, and maybe like change the layout a bit so it's not completely copied, but you know, you're using this as like a UX exploration tool, so to say.
Yeah, 100%. And even if you want to like replicate someone else's blog that looks great, like for example, ours has like this sidebar with my name on top, like a call to action. If you just go to the blog, I don't think it's there, or it's not. It's arvow.com/blog. You can just replicate our template if you want. I mean, yeah, I think it's exactly like with a sidebar with a call to action there, and then a call to action at the bottom. So yeah, it's very interesting. Not a lot of people talk about this stuff, like the perceived value, like is very important, because if it looks ugly, like and a lot of you guys using WordPress, oftentimes you use like themes that like look ugly. So yeah, I think it's pretty valuable, 100%. 100%. It's just the same thing as like if your site is slow, people are just going to click off. If it's ugly and looks odd, people will think it's like a bit scammy. So yeah, 100%.
Yes, that's a very good point. That if it's like kind of clunky, I mean, because a lot of these like scammy websites do look crappy, right? And you know, they're very easily built, right? So if you put a little bit more more effort into it, I definitely think that the trust is gonna go higher, right? So yeah. But yeah, this is pretty much it. I think we covered a lot. I don't know if you have any other additional questions, or if there's a lot of people in the stream.
No question. I mean, not a lot of people in the stream, but a lot of them will watch the replay, I think. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, just drop them here right now. Yeah, I think it's super valuable. I think it goes hand in hand with Arvow. Use Arvow to produce. Use Magic Path to make it more beautiful or beautify it. I don't know if you guys have a term for that.
Beautify.
But yeah, cool, man. Thank you for hopping on. Yeah, we might do some sort of collaboration here soon, because it's I see a lot of, actually, in fact, we sort of tried to build something like this in Arvow, but we sort of put it live, but we were just spreading ourselves too thin, so we just removed the feature. But yeah, we actually were building something like this. Actually, we built it out, then we removed it. So
interesting.
Pretty cool to see. Yeah.
Was it like for WordPress sites, or what exactly?
It produced HTML. So yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I think this plays a really good role with Arvow, because Arvow obviously creates really great content. It's a very advanced tool, and obviously you can use this as an exploration tool. And you can obviously get the code. It might be, you know, a bit hard if you're not like a developer, right? But you can just use this as some type of exploration tool, and then eventually, like if you have a site on Webflow, and if you know how to build in Webflow, you can like easily, you know, build this type of site in Webflow and so on. Yeah.
No, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Appreciate you hopping on. And yeah, anything else you have? If not, I'll just keep on going for the
Awesome.
next couple hours.
How long? Yeah, how long are you gonna do this for?
I don't know. At least 2 more hours.
At
We'll
least
see.
4 hours. Yeah, it's been like what, 4 hours already?
4 hours, yeah.
Wow. Okay. All right, man. Then good luck on the marathon. It was nice seeing you. And
Yeah.
stay in touch. All right.
Yeah, likewise. And I'll
Okay.
drop the link for Magic Path here as well in chat. And
Perfect.
yeah, we'll speak soon.
All right, Vasco. Okay.
Bye-bye. Cheers,
Bye-bye.
man. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right, guys, there we go. Another guest just hopped on and hopped off, and I'll share my screen again into my magic whiteboard. Hopefully this was valuable, guys. I think it's something that's often overlooked, like how good a site looks. Like if both in terms of like your product itself or the home page itself or your contacts page or your pricing page, if stuff looks ugly, like, well, you're gonna have a hard time. The best example of this is Apple. Like Apple looks insane, right? It looks so good. Okay, it's a beautiful brand. Everything you guys know this, right? Everything they touch is done with precision in design, and this is what allows them to sell phones for 10x the price of a Samsung, even though they do the same thing. So the perceived value in the content you produce, whether it's for your feature pages or for a classic blog page, it goes a long way. Not just for the perceived value, but also for like this stuff right here has a purpose right here, right? We capture a lot of the emails with this, right? The calls to action at the end, right, have a purpose as well. Like everything has a purpose for conversions. So it is very important to have something beautiful, just like Lukas talked about. And a tool like Magic Path seems to be like a good one. And again, we sort of built something like this into Arvow. In fact, it is still in the code. We just removed it because we weren't able to make it valuable enough. So there you go. Yeah, that's it. Now, what's next? We have Conor here joining in a bit, in a couple of minutes. He's going to be talking about low codes and how that impacts SEO and what's next. It's going to be pretty cool. Conor is a good friend of mine, and yeah, it's going to be pretty valuable here. But while he doesn't join, don't forget, guys, we're doing this stream because we just launched Arvow on AppSumo. To know, AppSumo is like a marketplace where you can sell your business, not sell your business, or sell, promote your business, I guess. In this case, we're doing a lifetime deal, so you can grab Arvow, the tool that does all the things you saw on the stream, that gets all the results you saw on here. You can get the tool. Oh, Jesus, surprising. There's all these results. It has all these testimonials. You can get it for a one-time lifetime deal for an insane discount. So there you go. The tool responsible for all these results, not just ranking sites on Google and Bing, but also ranking them on LLMs, increasing their brand mentions, increasing their citations on LLMs for agencies, local businesses. And we have just a ton of results right here and on our case studies pages. If you don't read it, again, you can get access to Arvow, the tool we've been building for the past 2 years, me and the team right here, me and the two Afonsos, Afonso and Afonso Carvalho, for the past 2.5 years. You can get it for a one-time fee, a lifetime deal, forever, on AppSumo. Actually, I don't think I've ever dropped the link in the chat, so we just dropped the link here in the chat. If you guys want to check it out, there you go. You can, boom, you can get or just go to AppSumo, just type in Arvow, and you can get it for a lifetime deal. It's pretty cool. So with that being said, let me just bring on Conor. Let's see. Oh, as you can see, guys, we had 2 sales. It's pretty good. And it's, oh, no, never mind, 5 sales. There you go. Well, so thank you, guys. 5 sales is good for me. It's just the beginning. So, yeah. Let's bring on Conor. Let me just bring him on right here. Put people and bring on to the green room. And I think, Conor, there you go. Hello, man. How are you?
Hey, Vasco, man. How are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Thank you for hopping on. I'm excited for this. Excited to hear the secrets you have to spill. So I guess we can just get straight into it. Conor, please present yourself and go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. Well, my name is Conor. I am like an SEO, YouTuber, and vibe coder. So that's kind of my three things that I'm into now. Pretty specialized, but generalized at the same time. So can I just share my screen and share
Yes,
you a
sir.
little bit more?
Vibe coder, marketer, SEO, a man of many trades, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
yeah.
We're good.
Okay, yeah. So this is my YouTube channel. It's like basically about vibe coding and marketing. So vibe coding, vibe marketing, all these new tools like Lovable and Bolt.new. So basically, what you can do is just if you haven't heard about these tools, you can create like amazing websites and web apps quite quickly, just basically by asking exactly what it is you want. So if you want a web app that tracks your calories or whatever it is you do, like I just build these things all day, every day. Really is a lot of fun. And I think it kind of makes a big impact on SEO as well. And I think one thing you can do, so I know a lot of people are on WordPress and Webflow and all of these things. So I don't really think this is a substitute for this, for WordPress. I'll get back to that in a second. But one thing you can do, I want to show you, is to build like little SEO tools. So Google's algorithms obviously is always changing, but one thing I think that is like super important is that this interaction, so that people are actually interacting with your website. So like Arvow is great for this because it gives you images and videos and all stuff that people kind of interact with. So that's super important. This is going another step, I think, to add to your content. I think of software now as kind of content as well. So I just have this prompt for Claude here. Give me a list of 10 simple SEO tools like calculators for my catering website. Just an example. In Dublin, Ireland, I can build to help me get more traffic to my website, and give me meta prompts for Bolt.new to build each one of them. So this is going to give me some ideas for like calculator tools. You've probably seen these types of things. They rank really well. A second tip is to also add like exact match domains. So, catering calculator, Dublin, Ireland, or something.com. I've done this a few times and it ranks really well. So, you just need to then think about which one it is, which would be good for your business. Catering budget estimator. So it gave me the actual prompt. So you can design this as you want, but this could be a good way to start with. Then I just go to Bolt, which is my favorite tool. It's not copying for some reason. Copy.
Doesn't want to work.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. So you just ask Bolt to build you this budget calculator. So you will obviously change it for your business, put in exactly what it is, and this will just build it out for you, and then you have a tool. So you can build like little websites and stuff like this, web apps. What I recommend, if you're thinking about like WordPress versus one of these tools for SEO, like you want to think of like small, simple websites, because these websites are not exactly set up for SEO out of the box. So, you might need to do this extra little bit of technical stuff to really get it going. Otherwise, especially Lovable, for example, the way that it technically works is it's difficult for Google to actually crawl and read all the pages. But it can be like good kind of like lead magnets. Here's one website I make that ranks pretty well on Google. So it's just like screenshot to text is like, and then I just call it something like that, and then people can drop their screenshots and then it turns them into text, PDFs, images. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but a lot of people like the screenshot to text. They want to get the text from a screenshot, and then you just put something simple like this. Get some content and put it on the page as well, so Google can get more information about that. So you can just build out like tons of little tools, and this can really help your SEO. And one thing you can do is, like, if you use a tool like Arvow or something to generate the content, is to add these tools in the content as well. So I'll show you how to do that now. So you can see we got our little website that people can, say, I want, let's say I have 20 people coming to my plated service, and I want the premium menu, and then you can get the price per person. So super little interactive. Google loves this type of clicks thing that sees that people are interacting. Then you can just publish the website, and if you want to add it into WordPress, then you can just say create me an iframe of this tool. I might need to publish this first, probably. You just need to say something like that. It's going to give you a piece of code. So let's publish this first. See how quickly we got a website. The magic of AI, no?
Yeah, the magic of vibe coding.
The
It's
magic
pretty
of
cool.
vibe coding.
The output is just so much more than if you were to do it manually. Like it's same thing with Arvow. Like everything it does, everything Bolt does, you can do manually. But if you were to do it manually, it just take you a ton of time.
Yeah.
That's what I say all the time. Like anything Arvow does, you can do manually, but why would you when you could use AI, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it depends on the task a bit. Like if you want to build something big, it's not going to be just a couple of prompts, like, or something more secure or has tons and tons of tasks and stuff like that. Then it's going to be more difficult. No.
Yeah.
What did I say? Give me an iframe. You can even just ask it exactly what you want. Like, give me an iframe code so I can add this to my WordPress website. Yeah, like developers are using this too, because it can speed up some of their workflows and some of their, just to get this visualization of what it is that they want. Maybe this isn't what they want, and they're like, oh, okay, that gave me a good idea. Whoa, what's going on there? Right. So we just need to copy this. And then if we go to our WordPress, this is just a sample blog post. So you'll need to go into the code, but just find it here. So just let's see, we'll put it here. Now we need to put our deployed URL here. And let's hope this works. So copy that and put it in there. And yeah, let's see if that works. If we can get our new tool into our, yes, we got it.
There you go.
Into our WordPress website. So you can see now that people can, obviously we'll try and make this look a little bit nicer, but you can have, your little website that you just made in 2 seconds and embed it into your website. So super easy way to do this. And yeah, like I said, if you're clicking around, messing with this stuff, then it just makes your website that bit more interactive, I think. Yeah, I don't know if you've been
it's
vibe coding.
No, I haven't been vibe coding, but like stuff like this that allows you to make your content richer is super valuable. Like with Arvow, for example, anyone can now produce content, right? So how can you make that content different and better? It's like with little tool embeds, with making it beautiful, just like Lukas talked about before, right? Because Arvow does the base, right? Like, writes the content, adds the links, adds the images, adds the content. But how can you do the extra mile? Well, with these tools, for example, like embeds, for example, if you're a plumber, having a calculator on your site that can allow users to see or get a quote live on how much it'll take to fix their toilet, whatever, right? If you're like an events business, how much does it cost for a catering for 100 people for a wedding? So yeah, it is pretty cool, and you just did it super fast. So I think it's a great complement to tools like Arvow. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, I think it depends a lot on the niche. Like they're good examples of like niches, even the catering one or the the plumbing one. And think about what it is the users are looking for. Let's say most people, when they're looking for a plumber, they're looking for the price, right? It's like that's the first thing. So think about it. This is search engine optimization. So what are they searching for? Is like they want to know how much does a plumber cost in my city. That's just the first thing. So if you have a calculator there with some text, so you can create like the blog post with something like Arvow, and then add the calculator at the top. People start clicking. But it really depends. You need to think about the website that you're making. Like these tools are not great if you have a ton of content, like, because they find it, it's hard to manage it all. That's why WordPress is nice, because it's set up, it's like SEO optimized already with a ton of features behind technical stuff. But then, like, if you think about the images and all that type of stuff, the CMS, right, the content management system is set up right for blog posts and stuff like that. So, you do kind of have to think about, like, what type of website. Some websites and niches, like, could have tons of content. Like, my first ever website that I made has over 1,000 blog posts on it. So it's like so much content, because that niche, it was like, it's able to, you can create millions of pages on that niche, because there's just endless amounts of topics to talk about. But then maybe some topics, there's not that much really.
100%. And I was just thinking, like, how could we apply this to software? So, for example, like, you could use Arvow to produce a comparison page, like you versus them, which is a classic, like, comparison blog post. These do great on LLMs. These rank very high on LLMs and on Google. Yeah. You could simply add like a calculator right here, or some sort of interactive widget that would benefit the reader in this reading. Now, I don't know what it could be, but I could just ask ChatGPT, hey, listen, ChatGPT, read this blog post and tell me what would be a good tool to insert right here. Then put it into Bolt and then generate the tool and add it to the blog post or to the page that Arvow generated. So yeah, I think they go hand in hand, 100%. It's very cool.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome way to get more interactive than just keep thinking about the user. That's what I always try to think about, is like, maybe they need a video, maybe they need, like, if it's a tutorial post nowadays, is like harder to rank that type of stuff on Google, because Google is going to show a video. So really try to think about, like, what it is that the person is searching for.
Yeah, even if like, we have a bunch of case studies from guys who, like, for example, this guy who made went from 0 to 10K a month in 24 hours producing news-based content. You could use Arvow to produce like a news article, and then use Bolt to produce like a tool that you could add to the news article, where you could just basically say, hey, summarize this news, or, like, I don't know, a way in which you could use it to interact with the existing content on the site. It's hard to think about it, because the possibilities are literally endless. So yeah,
exactly.
But a way in which you can make a user interact with the content and with the brand.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think there's just so much potential. Like, the first time I saw these tools, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing for SEO. We can just do like this and like that, and it's like, can't stop, like, creating stuff and
creating so much stuff. Yeah,
it's fun as well.
Yeah, actually, I might do some tutorials on that, how to use these local tools or vibe coding to improve the content you're putting out, because it's a great way to stand out amongst all the noise out there. It's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, definitely. And then, yeah, like with Arvow, you have tons of automation stuff to automate a lot of the stuff, right? So it's like publishing directly to WordPress. You've got a lot of stuff covered already, right?
Yeah, and I even think with the custom templates, I think you can add some HTML here, which with bolt.new, can you make the, I'm just thinking, like, is we could have the HTML for a tool inside of this template, and so every time you generate an article using this template, there's always going to be a tool there. I think you should be able to do that, honestly.
Yeah, as well with this iframe method, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Cool. That's pretty cool. I love it. Anything else you want to talk about? Let me know. Yeah, because it's pretty insightful. If not, I guess I'll just move on.
No, I love the whole coding thing. Is like, I've just gotten really into that, like, because I just feel like, well, I don't want to like overwhelm people with stuff about SEO and stuff, but it's like, some SEO parts are boring, but then you can kind of make it way more interesting. I feel like with coding tools, and it is easier so much easier than it used to be, because coding used to be so hard. You had to type out every single bracket and all of that stuff. The same with writing, though. I think, right? Like, I used to write all my blog posts, type them all out word by word. It was like, that's what I did for years. So blogging and then AI replaced me. So
no, 100%. Like, just like with this vibe coding, you can translate like natural language into a tool, like generate me a tool for XYZ. with this is the same, right? You can give it custom prompts, etc., to speak with the AI and let the AI do the work of transforming your speech into, be it a blog post or like a tool. So yeah, it's fantastic. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it's good to kind of combine different use cases of AI, like the design before, and coding little tools or something like that, and then the words, and then the images, and then the videos. I don't know. I'm testing a few videos as well myself. It's kind of I get get a lot of strange comments that people don't like it, but it's worth the test.
Yeah, it's all about testing.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, man. Thank you so much for hopping on. Really insightful. I think both you and Lucas is like the things you guys talked about go very well hand in hand with Arvow. It's like a whole package, the tools, the UI, and then the content. So yeah, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And
No worries. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, for sure. We will might do this next time, another time, maybe next year. So yeah, we'll be here as well if you want. Cool. Right, man. Thank you so much.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Thank
you. See ya. All right, guys. There we go. We are back alone here, and I'll just go here again into why we are doing the live stream is because we are doing a lifetime deal on AppSumo. So it's pretty cool. You can get access to Arvow that does all the stuff you've seen so far for life at a pretty insane deal, which is pretty cool. But yeah, we've almost done. These guys talked, Afonso came in and talked, the other Afonso came in and talked, Lukas, now Conor, and now, yeah, it's me, all alone again for 21 people. It's pretty cool. We've talked about a lot of stuff. I still have a lot of stuff that I'm missing. I've been live for 4 hours. Yeah, talking about all this stuff I'm missing, link building and building backlinks is quite valuable. And the whole like schema markup thing. But I'm running out of voice, and yeah, and I'm kind of tired. But if you guys have any questions, just drop them in the chat. If you guys want me to audit your sites, just drop the links for your sites on the chat as well. I can just drop your domains into Ahrefs and give you some tips on what I think you should be doing in terms of your SEO. And yeah, I think that's be pretty valuable if you guys want me to do that. If not, yeah, I'll just keep on yapping, which seems as if is what you guys want me to do, is keep on yapping. So I'll keep on yapping until then. Yeah, Conor says, thank you for having me. Of course, man. Thank you for sharing this with us. On a serious note, excuse me, I think all this stuff ties in perfectly because, like, at the end of the day, all we're doing here is getting more money for our businesses, right? And SEO is just a way of doing marketing. In other words, just a way to attract clients. And the way you do it is, okay, you produce content that satisfies people's search intent on Google or ChatGPT, right? Whichever type of content it is, right? A listicle, a blog article, news article, tutorials, comparison pages, alternative pages, guides, doesn't matter. Like if you're a software like comparison pages, doesn't matter, right? Anything that you think can satisfy the keywords or the prompts you want to rank for, okay? And that content needs to be high quality, of course, and that's, of course, where Arvow comes in. And I mean, we have the proof to show it over and over again. Hundreds of results of people ranking on Google and ranking on GPT, like all across the board. You can pause the video if you want to see all these ones. I mean, it's insane. Like Arvow does the content part. That said, right, you need to be publishing the content to a beautiful site. So the tool Lukas talked about is Magic Path. It's a great way to do so, to prettify your content. And then what Conor talked about, the making it interactive, like how much more valuable would, for example, this page on my site be? This is like just a feature page. If I had like some sort of tool people couldn't, I mean, we sort of do have, we have this sort of like a call to action, but we can make it better, right? This is just an HTML tool right here, just like an email to redirecting to a login. But we could have like a tool maybe where you could try it out, or where you can like see inside, or where you could like calculate how much time it would take you to see success using Arvow. I don't know. I have to think about it, right? But there's a ton of interactive tools you can add to your sites to better the user experience. Again, if you're a plumber, wouldn't it be much more valuable to have like a tool on your site people could instantly get a quote based on their location, what they want to fix, and how fast they want it, I think that would create like a better relationship between the customer and the business. So yeah, thank you both for that. It's really valuable, and I think it ties in a lot with what we've built here as Arvow, as a marketing tool, because SEO is marketing, but it's just a small part of the marketing. You need to have beautiful site. It needs to be a two-way interactive thing, if that makes sense. So yeah, I guess guys, I could talk about all this stuff, but I've talked about it in YouTube videos. I just go here and just show you. Just type in Vasco's SEO tips, and if you want to learn about backlinks, I would suggest you just type in backlinks and watch this right here. This is insane. Like, if you all applied this strategy right here, you'd make a lot of money. This is how to build backlinks from non-governmental and charity organizations by donating money to them. It's pretty cool, super effective. Excuse me. And this one as well. So learn how to do link building, watch these two. That's basically what I was going to talk about right here. And yeah, the 3 pillars of SEO, it's the basic things: producing content, building links, and doing the boring part, which is the technical SEO that I talked about before. So yeah, guys, I've been live for 4 hours. I'm tired. Hopefully it was valuable. Check out AppSumo. There's no questions, so it's I'll just end it here. If you guys have questions, let me know. If not, I'll just end it here. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. We're live on AppSumo, so you can get a lifetime deal access to Arvow, to the tool we've built for the past 2 years, 2.5 years actually. That brought on, all the case studies you see here, right? All the results you see here on the pricing page. These are real people, real users using Arvow to see success, to produce content, to rank on Google, rank on GPT, from marketing agencies to local businesses. I mean, we have a bunch of people doing it. And so if you want to support the cause, let's see here. Oh, one refund. That's nice. If you want to support the cause, if you want to join, if you want to build this with us, well, we're here for that. Guys, thank you so much. I will see you when I see you. I appreciate you all being live with me here. And yeah, I'm just going to click end stream, and I'll see you when I see you. Check out AppSumo.